Good afternoon, New Hampshire. This is NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. Our meet hub today is brought to you by Stitches NH. Taking a look at the boys pole vault here. The track events will be starting momentarily, but have not kicked off just yet. You can see our starting list, courtesy of Lancer Timing. All our results today will be through Lancer Timing, so if you're looking for those live results, you can go to lancertiming.com. As we see an attempt here. And that looks like it was probably Alex Connor of Co-Brown, fifth in the lineup. Very warm day so far. Cool off a few degrees as the evening progresses. Had a couple of spits of rain pass through. But at this point, we believe all the rain should be done. And that would have been Riven Olsen taking an attempt at that height for Nashua South. Tyler Wilson of Portsmouth. You can see we are kind of just going down that list. However, that might not hold true as we continue. Different athletes opting for different opening heights.
Again, the first running event is about ready to start. It's the boys hurdle
Not
trials.
quite sure what height
There'll
we
be
are at
3
yet
trial
with this.
heats. The winner of each heat, plus the next best 5 times, will make it to the finals.
Carter wanted to know when to switch. I'm assuming now.
And that looks like the first make that we have witnessed. Believe that was a North athlete, which would mean that would be Christian, who comes in with a mark of 10.6 as his best on the season. Again, we're a little bit on the warmer side currently, which is favorable towards our sprinters and jumpers. A lot of our distance athletes it does indeed favor. Again, we're just moments away from hurdles. Keeping an eye on that so we don't miss that action. And I believe that was a miss by Colby Nyan of Concord. Just got word that number of no-shows for the hurdles, so I think we're waiting just a moment longer,
Let's
make sure
restart
everyone
the
gets
event.
checked in. So we can see that we have guys over at their blocks. Looks like starters have already talked to them. First command given. So in this first heat, we're looking at Travis of Dover in lane 2, Donovan Londonderry lane 3, Rory of Nashua South in 4, Devin of Pinkerton in 5, and Rudy of Memorial in lane 6. Looks like we might just be waiting for the starter at this point. Bit of a pistol issue, but it looks like our secondary starter, Bob Giardi, is swapped out with him. Might have some live rounds in the, not live rounds, but some functioning rounds in that pistol now.
Not an auspicious start here. 10 minutes later, the first heat.
So here we go. We'll give this another try for heat number 1. Fair start. So they get over that first hurdle. Strong lead right now for Rory Olson of Nashua South. In these first preliminary heats, as he does indeed take that, we will start to see that happen where the inside lanes 4 and 5 will have the quicker of the times, and we can see that as the results start populating. Olson from South at 16:04. Keith of Pinkerton 16:94. Gannon of Londonderry 17:18.
Reminder, the winner of each heat automatically makes the final.
Travis of
Then it'll be
Dover
the next
17:94.
5 times
And Rudy
for all
of
3 heats
Memorial
combined.
19:19. So we can see heat 2 now. Winner of each heat will advance on to finals as well as the next 5 fastest times. Taking a look at heat number 2, we have Aiden of Alvern, Kyle of North, Cole of Sauhegan, Jason of South, Josh of Portsmouth, and Jack of Alvern. Fair start for these 6. That is Cole Henderson of Sauhegan out in front in lane 4. Cole over the last hurdle, and he's going to go ahead and take heat number 2, advancing into the finals.
That was Henderson from Sauhegan, 15:95. Dulaval from Nashua South.
Taking a look at results, we've got
Kelly from
Henderson of
Portsmouth.
Sauhegan, 15:95.
De Silva from Nashua North.
Jason
And Flattery from
of
Alvern.
South, 17:11. Josh Portsmouth, 17:57. Kyle North 1817, Aiden Valvern 1831, and Jacob Valvern 2119.
One more heat in the boys' hurdle trials. Again, the winner of each heat automatically makes it to the finals, and then the next best 5 times taken from all 3 heats.
Again, this is heat 3 in their blocks. Fair start from them. I believe that's Jake of Portsmouth out in front.
Third trial heat.
And that was Jacob Portsmouth taking it 1682. Jose of Memorial 1749. John of Pinkerton 1780. Ben of Exeter 1832. Sebastian of Timberlane 1847. And Ethan of North 1887.
You got this stuff, huh? How come I didn't?
Wind on heat number 3 was a negative 1.4.
In the girls' hurdles, there are only 2 trial heats. Like the
Next
boys,
on the track
winner
will
advance,
be
but
the
then next 6
girls'
best
hurdles.
times. At
Only
this
2
time,
heats
I
of
would like
girls.
all girls and boys in the 100-meter dash trials to report to the clerking area. Reminder, the clerking area is the blue tents at the end of the straightaway. You go there to get your hip numbers, and then you immediately report to the starting line. This will be the one and only call for the girls and boys 100-meter trials.
You can see hurdles are getting moved around. Also get reduced in height as well.
Jamie?
Can see some of the girls in this first heat making sure those hurdles are set so they can start practicing going over. Joining me in the booth now, I'd like to introduce both Davio DeLuca as well as Coach Tim Cox.
Hello.
Hey. Oi. Ted Lasso. You guys watch Ted Lasso at all?
No.
It's a great show. All right, we had prelims for the boys. How'd those look?
Good.
I know who I'm picking. I'm picking Jordan Wheaton in these prelims. She's a pretty amazing athlete when you really think about it. She's #1 seed in the high hurdles, the 300-meter hurdles, and also the high jump. It looks like she's in this first heat. She's just going off of her blocks a little bit here.
It's very bold of you to go ahead and pick the record holder, the meet record holder.
Yeah.
Start as the hurdles are
Wicked
set.
smart. You're hearing the voice of Larry Martin. I'm sure you guys have already said that.
Haven't yet. Not sure how much we're picking up.
All right. They know. Larry Martin's on the mic. He'll be joining. He has one show a week from now through the end of the season. He'll be at Londonderry High School next weekend. He'll probably be at one of the state meets. Maybe not. Okay. Larry Martin's going to be officiating high jump at division, all division.
I've seen that happen before. He's pretty good.
Oh, goodness. I hear he puts the bar down after putting it up. I don't think you're supposed to do that, Larry.
Very proficient at high jump. And you know why I love that event at college meets?
Why? First high. Oh, there you go. There you go. They might be here. I don't know if they're picking it up. Are they picking it up? They're
Probably
not
not.
picking it up.
Yeah, it's nothing like listening to a one-sided conversation.
Southern New Hampshire University conference meets.
I've always tried to put a headset on Larry, but he's got an important job here today.
We'll get a headset
so
on Larry someday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's busy.
Not sure what the. Although Rick is digging into another case, so might have a little bit of technical issues here.
Never good.
They always figure it out. They're the best of the best.
Well, taking a look at heat number 1, because we can talk about them since they are on the line. We can see in lane 1, that is Jalen of Londonderry. Lane 2 is Natalie of Co-Brown. 3 is Catherine of Concord. 4 is Jordan of Pinkerton. 5 is Isabella of Nashua North. 6 is Zoe of Dover. 7 is Tina of Nashua North. And 8 is Ariel of Merrimack. Fastest time in this group does belong to Jordan Wheat, 14:87 on the season. That's better than her mark last year. Again, I stated earlier that she has the meet record here. I'm not sure if she has the meet record or this is only going back a couple of years. Would not surprise me in the slightest if she does have it. And the fact that she's run 14:87 this year versus last year's 15:10 tells us, especially with the positive weather, that the senior out of Pinkerton could put up a record performance. She is the only girl in that 14-second range so far this season at this meet. Next fastest time is going to come in heat number 2. It's going to be Morgan Doherty of Concord. She has a 15:42. Again, winner of each heat will advance, and then the next fastest to fill the field. 8 lanes here at Merrimack High School. Means we'll take the next 6 fastest times. And these girls look like they're in their blocks, but I'm still seeing a red flag, so I'm thinking they're still just making sure they're staying nice and loose. Because we can and we have time, we can go ahead and take a look at kind of hurdles overall in the state, not just at this meet. And looking at the girls' hurdles, again, like we said, Jordan Wheaton pretty favored in this. The senior from Pinkerton has the fastest time. Next fastest time in the state comes from Annika Scott, not competing in this today. She's from Bedford, sophomore, 15:26. So they will go head-to-head at the divisional meet. Throw in Morgan, like we mentioned, the junior from Concord, 15:42. You also have Thomas out of North, 15:74. She's a sophomore. So I would say, looking at it, the top 5 girls in the hurdles in the state of New Hampshire, all D1. So I think that's going to make for a pretty fun Division 1 meet. Only a short ways away, a couple of weeks out from that. Oh, our hurdle expert's back. And we have a white flag, too.
We have the white flags. We're ready to start the girls' hurdle trials. There are 2 trial heats. The winner of each heat plus the next 6 best times qualify for the finals.
So we can see gun is up. They're getting into their blocks. Again, we're looking at Jalen, Natalie, Catherine, Jordan, Isabella, Zoe, Tiana, and Abrielle. Fair start. You can see that's Jordan right in the middle. Out almost a full hurdles length. And ends up being so from second place as she does cross the line, nice and smooth in first. See a time for her 14:80. Isabella Nashua North 16:27. So 14:80 would be meet record.
Yeah, that's faster than a seat time too, right?
Yep, her seat time was 14:87, and I think she got that a couple weeks ago. Nice, probably a little bit nicer weather today. I think in terms of weekend meets, this is probably one of the nicest days we've had for sprinters. So Jordan does take that 14:80. Isabella 16:27. Catherine Concord 16:56. Zoe Dover 17:69. Tiana of North came in next, but now we get to move on to heat number 2. In this heat, we've got Jordan of Dover, Caroline of Portsmouth in lane 2. Lane 3 is Rachel of Exeter. 4, Morgan of Concord. That's going to be our fastest in this heat. Lane 5 is Kaylee of Merrimack. 6 is Petrina of Alvern. 7 is Alejandra of South. And 8 is Sydney of Exeter. Again, you do see that the fastest ones will be on the inside of the track, and I mean that meaning the lanes sandwiched as we have a fair start here. And that is Morgan out in front with Kaylee giving chase. Now Petrina coming up as well, making it real close out in lane 6. Results of that, Morgan does go ahead and take that 15:90. Petrina of Alvern 16:36. Kaylee of Merrimack 16:37. Rachel of Exeter 17:09. Caroline 17:71. Sydney 18:17 for your top 6 in that heat.
We have 4 heats. The winner of each heat will advance, plus the next best 4 times whatever heats they come from. 4 heats for the boys.
Yeah, we're on now the 100-meter trials. Greg, what do you think? All these sprinters pretty excited about this weather?
Yeah, I'd have to imagine so. It's pretty nice for them. So
yeah, we talked about it the last couple meets we covered. Yeah, we're not really ideal.
I feel like
sprinters.
invite wise, we haven't had a lot of strong days for it. I know last weekend was pretty warm on that Saturday.
What meet was Saturday?
I don't know.
I don't think there. I don't know if there was one on Saturday.
Well, there was in Massachusetts.
Oh, got it.
And that's where I was. So I can't really speak on New Hampshire.
Yeah, obviously today really good, and then this weekend we'll have nice weather, and looks like all next weekend too for Seacoast, Londonderry, a couple big meets that weekend.
Okay, guys in their blocks for heat number 1.
Alright, you can just take
They are off. Out in front would be AJ Sebastian and Memorial. He's going to go ahead and take heat number 1. So AJ Sebastian, 11:32. Deegan Hines of Concord, 11:71. Jackson of Alvern, 11:93. Phineas Exeter, 11:99. William of Merrimack, 12:04. Finley Sauhegan, 12:33. And that was heat number 1. Slight connection issue with the timers today.
In that first crowd heat
Can
was
see those results on
Sebastian
screen
from
now.
Memorial, Hines from Concord, Jackson from Alvern, Reardon from Exeter, Farrell from Merrimack. Winners advanced in the next best 4 times. Sebastian's time was 11:32.
And Sebastian is one of the favorites for today, obviously. Preview for today's meet is on the site right now if
Second
you want
crowd
to take
heat.
a look at that and see who the favorites are.
Well, I can tell you who's in heat number 2. Looking at lane number 2, it's going to be David of Salem. 3 is Anthony of Londonderry. 4 is Samuel of Salem. 5, Xavier of South. 6, Luke of North. And in lane 7 is John of Sauhegan.
Lane 4, Samuel Jones is the second seed behind AJ Sebastian, who just took his heat.
No Chris Stevens here today.
No Chris Stevens here today, no. Seems like they're
usually
on their side of the state or elsewhere.
Chris has been known to tune in, though. I might have to check
Chris
to see
has
if
also been known to just show up. And you never know. He might be joining you on the mic today,
Oh, wow.
Brianna. Yeah. Settling in there the blocks. Fair start. Jones is a little bit back in the blocks. Didn't get the best of starts, but his speed is showing true here. Oh, powerful. So prelims, kind of chill time.
can see Jones does take that 11:19. Anthony of Londonderry 11:51. Xavier of South 11:65. Luke of North 11:72. David Salem 11:99.
So Jones has the fastest time so far. Sebastian seemed to cruise through for 11:32 there in the first heat. Settling into the third heat. Brianna, where are you? Are you racing Bobcat on Saturday?
Yep.
Okay, so I hear that's an 18-team invitational.
Really?
Yeah. Have
Wow.
you checked out the entries yet?
Yeah, I have. It looks like a lot of people are doing the 800,
Okay, and what are you?
and
what
I'm
are you
doing
saying?
the 16.
16.
So,
Yeah, Sheldon Fisher was thinking that she'd have some company in the 32 tonight, but
but she has like almost a minute on the.
almost. Fair start here.
Heat number 3. Looking at Jordan of Salem, Diego, Memorial, Braden, Pinkerton, Quinn, Concord, Liza South, Logan, Merrimack. And that was, I believe, Braden Parker or Pinkerton taking that. He came across with a time of 11:37. Quinn of Concord, 11:67. Jordan Salem, 11:92. Diego of Memorial, 11:98. Logan of Merrimack, 12:45.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
What is the benefit of having like how they have a range of speeds per heat instead of having like the fast heat? You know how like sometimes they'll do like all the fast people in one heat and then like
So for sprints, they usually they spread it out as far as the top 3 seeds. If there's 3 heats, the top 3 seeds get the preferred lane, which is 4 on this track. It looks like.
Yes.
And 4 would be they would each have lane 4 for the first 3 heats, and then the next, and they kind of span out from the middle, but they evenly distribute the fastest kids, so to speak, so they come up with the best final possible.
Got it.
So that's
okay.
all. It's all about the prelims are all about obviously making the final, and track and field wants the best kids to make it, the best athletes too, because everything's used that way. So they want these best final possible.
Got it.
Fair start again.
Got it.
And that's Pinkerton out in front.
That's Caden of Pinkerton. And he comes across first. So Caden of Pinkerton, 11:18. Michael of South, 11:63. John of Londonderry, 11:89. Anthony of Merrimack, 11:95. Chase of Memorial, 11:96. And Caden of Dover, 12:08.
Which moves us to the girls' 100. Favorites in the girls' 100 includes Ayanna Braswell,
In the girls'
Janelle
100 trials,
Thomas.
We have 3 heats. So in these, the winners would advance, like in all the other
Anushka
events.
Shabda.
Then the next best 5 times total will make the finals.
Did you hear that?
No, I
Winners
missed-
advance in each heat, and the next
Okay.
5 times make the finals. So it sounds like there's 3 heats because the 3 winners and then 5 would be 8. They want to give a little bit of reward if you win a heat, so you automatically make it in. You could almost you see that's when you see sprinters kind of break it down because they know they won the heat and they're running fast enough to have a preferred lane in the next 5. So in this heat we have. I was leading you in there. You're working on something, aren't you, Greg?
Yeah.
Looks like Braswell. Fair start. Braswell got out great on that one.
First girls' trial heat.
She's probably trying to measure her effort here a little bit. She's got a big day ahead of her today.
So we can see it is Braswell of South taking that 12-7-1. The Annie of Salem, 13-2-5. Caroline Concord, 13-2-9. Naya of South, 13-50. Emerson of Timberlane, 13-81. Olivia Alvern, 13-9-6. And Cara of Merrimack, 14-3.
Braswell's coming back in the long jump. I believe she's also in the 200, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them go after another state record in the 4x1. And they were the Hulk Athletes of the Week. It's hard to ignore a state record when for Hulk Athlete of the Week. But if you notice, the Hulk Athlete of the Week for the boys went to a sophomore from Exeter that did it at the Frosh Soft Meet and ended up triple jumping the Division I lead as a sophomore. So we wanted to give kudos to that. And just something about the shout-outs. Well, we have the gun up. Oh, they're just settling in. So something about the shout-outs, too. We'd love to get more viewer participation, if you will. If you have any shout-outs whatsoever you want to give somebody that you think is deserving, it could be anyone. It could be a freshman that just improved by 30 seconds in the mile or what have you. Please put comments in because we want to celebrate everybody. Prelim number 2. And this is a Pinkerton. Could be a Pinkerton sweep for the top 3. What do you think, Brianna? Pinkerton sweep top 3?
Yeah, it looked like
Or
it.
Exeter sneak in there?
I think they might
I
have
will
been.
now be reading the finalists for the hurdles and the 100. When I call your name,
So usually
you
when the
still have to
prelims
go
get done, then
to
they
the
have the
clerking
finals, and then we'll get
tents
to the mile, and
that
the
are
meet
at
will
the end of
really
the
start taking
straightaway.
off then.
You'll receive your hip numbers there.
So
and
taking
then
a look at
you'll
heat
go
number
to
2,
the starting line.
that
The
was
finals will
Hannah,
start
13:04.
immediately after
of
the
Pinkerton,
girls'
Eva
trials.
of Pinkerton,
The first
13:05.
final event
And Nora
will
of
be the
Pinkerton,
girls'
13:38.
hurdles.
We also had Raina of Exeter,
In the
13:47.
finals,
Carolyn
in lane 1
Portsmouth,
will be Poulin from
13:51.
Exeter.
Abigail
Lane 2,
Salem,
Dillon from Merrimack.
13:93.
In lane 3, DiVeneri from North. In lane 4, Wheaton from Pinkerton. In lane 5, Doherty from Concord. In lane 6, Ofori from Alvern. In lane 7, Muller from Concord. In lane 8, Kirk from Dover. Those are the girls' hurdle finalists. They should be reporting in now.
top seed in this next one looks like Anushka Chawda from Co Brown. Selling into their blocks. Good start. It's Woodard from Central. No, Dover. Sorry, that's Dover. And Shavda. I think Shavda got her on that. What do you think?
I don't know. It looked pretty
Hurdle
close.
crew. Hurdles are out
Yeah.
for the girls, please.
Yep, Shavda got her
Hurdles are
1274.
out for the girls.
Demaya
I
Woodard
now
was
have
second,
the
1282.
boys hurdle
Grace
finalists.
Saysaw from
Like
Concord,
every
third
other
in
event,
1337.
when I call your name,
Fourth
you
is
report
Ryan
to the
Georgiana,
clerking tent at the
1345
end of
from
the
Nashville
straightaway,
South.
and then to
Fifth
the starting
was
line.
at Memorial's
In the
Hannah
boys'
Rodriguez
hurdle,
in
in lane
1346.
one, Rivera,
Sixth was
Memorial.
Caroline Quirk from
In
Concord,
lane two,
1364.
Philippou
And seventh
from
was Shay
South.
Callahan
In
from
lane
Salem,
three,
1394.
Laverne from Portsmouth.
As we can see, they're setting
In
up the
lane
hurdles
four,
now.
Henderson from Sauhegan.
So
In
back
lane
to, so
five,
you're doing the
Olsen from
1600 at
South.
Bobcat.
In lane six, Keith
Anything
from
else at
Pinkerton.
Bobcat, or are you going to
In
keep it
lane
nice and easy?
seven,
We're
'Cause you-
doing
Dannon
the
from
mixed 4x4.
Londonderry.
Oh, that's
I
right.
think.
You're
Lane
excited
eight,
about that.
Kelly
Awesome.
from Portsmouth.
And then you're looking at Division 3s or after that, right?
I think we're doing Seacoast first.
Oh, that's right,
And
Seacoast.
then-
That's right. Next week is Seacoast.
Yeah.
Cool. What do you think you're going to do at Seacoast?
The 800 probably.
800?
Yeah.
Good. Good. Nice fast track. And then you're going to do all the events at D3, all 18 of them, right?
That would be something else.
Can see we got pole vault still going on.
Yeah.
Looks like we did switch over to the girls, which means that the results for the boys will be up soon
They
on
are super efficient with pole
lancertiming.com.
vault here for sure.
Yeah, they're very limiting with how many they take in. A lot of
Yeah.
field events, you know, they'll take a lot more field, but I believe pole vault, it's always that top 12, 13, something like that.
Looks like they might be switching over on long. Is that long jump on the back stretch? Shoppa was already switching over. Girl Shoppa was already done
Well, did field start at
earlier.
4?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yep.
We see the milers doing some strides on the back stretch. I would assume as soon
They
as the
might get a
finalists.
little-
What's that?
They might have a little bit of time still though, because I don't see them lining up or anything.
Yeah, correct. I see hurdlers starting to make their way down.
There
but
really
it-
wasn't a lot of time in between, so
Yeah, I would think with the some of the technical difficulties, they probably just want to keep the meet moving. So as
Mhm.
soon as they're ready, they'll get going.
yeah, makes sense.
This meet really does hum after you get it. It really does go by rather quickly. But what's nice, you know, it's been kind of hotter out. But what's kind of nice is the sun starts going down just in time for the like 800, 200, 3200 time, which makes it really fun.
Well, taking a look at pole vault, we're going to actually shift and take a quick look. We'll keep the camera on pole vault, but we
course.
can see on our screen that we do have our finalists in the girls' 100-meter hurdles.
Want to read them off there, Brianna?
Oh gosh, I'm not good at saying names. Okay.
I have the finalists.
Go with the first
for
name
if
the
you're not
girls'
quite
sure.
100
Okay, so-
meters.
Lane 1, yep.
So lane 1
Again,
is Rachel
report to the
Poulin.
clerking
Lane
area
2,
immediately.
Katie Dillon.
In lane 1,
3,
Cooper from Concord.
Isabella
Lane
D.
2, Roberts from
Stick with the
Pinkerton.
first name if you want
Lane
to.
Okay,
3,
Isabella.
Sippo from
Lane
Pinkerton.
4 is
Lane
Jordan
4,
Wheaton. 5,
Roswell from South.
Morgan
Lane
Doherty.
5, Chavda
6,
from Co-Brown.
Katrina.
Lane 6, Woodard
7,
from
Catherine
Dover.
Wheeler.
Lane
and
7,
8, Zoe
Ortiz
Kirk.
from Salem. There's Ortiz,
So it looks like they're
Blanco
down there,
from
just kinda
Salem.
Might be waiting
And
for
lane 8,
Divanire.
Saysaw
from
Concord.
North,
The finalists
maybe?
for the girls 100 meters.
Let's see. So look for Wheaton here. What's the meet record? Do you have those?
Yeah, meet record was set during prelims by Wheaton.
Nice.
Whoa. It's phenomenal. They'll hum through these once we get started. Looks like they're giving them a little bit more time. A lot of teams are, the team title is fun here, but at the same time, I would imagine a lot of teams are trying to do over these last 2 weekends. As Brianna reminded me, I'm just so excited for the state meets. I want to skip a weekend, but I don't because Seacoast is an awesome meet, as well as others next week. Londonderry is next weekend. The Wilderness League is next weekend. Those are great. It's a great weekend of track and field in New Hampshire. But a lot of coaches, a lot of teams are trying to kind of fill those final spots of to set up their teams for the best possible scenario at state meet and flexibility. Like, for example, Aiden Cox will be running the 800 next Friday because he hasn't run an 800 yet this season.
Oh.
Just try to, have as many options as possible.
Mhm.
Oh, we're on your marks. Here we go.
Girls
First
finals,
final.
100-meter hurdles.
Every now and then this thing.
Yeah, that's because I can't see this. Yeah, that's the problem that I'm having.
Again, Wheaton's in lane 4. Just broke the meet record. Wheaton in lane 4 just
I
broke
need
the...
to move this. That's got me going.
Fair start. Here's where Wheaton is just masterful, the middle hurdles. She gets in such a rhythm, and there's no one better in the state, actually. And it's going to be Wheaton. Let's see what that time is.
Hurdle crew, boys hurdles, please. Boys
So
hurdles.
Jordan Wheaton takes it 14:75, bettering her time from prelims. So that is a meet record for Jordan Wheaton.
Wow. That's just playing fast. Brianna, I know you like hurdles, but I think you're in the events you should be in when you see something like that.
Taking a look at the rest of the field, we can see how they did. What's it look like?
The rest of the field, go ahead, Jordan. Brianna, not Jordan Wheaton. Brianna Malone.
So
I have the
second
fi-
was Morgan Doherty,
I have the
16:10.
finals of the boys
Third,
100-meter
Catherine
dash.
Mueller,
In lane 1,
16:23.
Emery from
4,
South. In
Isabella,
lane 2,
16:39.
Amero from Londonderry.
5, Kaylee
In lane 3,
Dillon,
Sebastian from
16:45.
Memorial.
6,
In lane
Katrina,
4, Micho from Pinkerton.
46,
In lane
7,
5,
Rachel Poulin,
Jones from
17:30.
Salem. In lane
And
6,
8,
Parker
Zoe
from
Kirk,
Pinkerton.
17:8.
In lane 7, Menez from South. In lane 8, Marino from Concord. Those boys should check in at the clerking area, get your hip numbers, and then report to the starting line, please.
So we're looking at the finals for the men now. A little bit of a showdown here. We got Cole Henderson from Souhegan Division 2, and I believe that's Rory Olson from South in lane 5, Division 1. Two of the best ones for sure in the whole state, and it's a little bit. Sometimes this is a mini meet of champions too as well, so it's kind of fun to watch. I like it when the divisions mix.
It's always fun.
Seacoast will be a blast. What do you think about New England's in Bangor, Maine, and what you might be doing there, Brianna?
I did not realize that it was in Maine, but that's fun.
That's kind of relatively new. It's supposed to be in Massachusetts.
Okay. So Massachusetts is part of track, but they're not part of cross country?
Correct.
And
Correct,
why
yeah.
is that?
Just to mess with you.
Just
Oh,
to mess with our minds.
interesting. Okay.
Their season starts the same time, but their championships, because of the size of the state and the population, it ends up going a week later.
Got it. Huh, that's confusing. Because I remember last year for New England's, in track, they were like the top 3 people were from Massachusetts and they didn't show up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, that gets tough too because nationals are just a few days later, and but New England's is a pretty unique special meet. So
It's a fun one.
the facility in Bangor is amazing. So
Really?
that's an 8-lane brand new facility.
Oh, wow.
A lot of things are really cool up there. So it's it's just a little bit more time driving, obviously, but the New England Council wouldn't put us in a place. It's worth the trip from what I'm understanding. So.
That's good.
Are you thinking nationals at all, Brianna?
So that's the goal.
Okay, good.
I tried to do it for indoor, and it was just too long of a season.
Yeah.
But I think I've spaced myself out
Notice
enough.
that you're starting off slowly with the amount of
Yeah.
racing. Wicked smart.
Yeah.
That's
so
perfect.
hopefully I'll feel good enough to be able to go.
Yeah, good.
But if not, definitely not because it's so far away.
Where are you? Which nationals are you looking at?
Probably Nike.
Nike out in Oregon.
Mhm.
Wow, that is pretty far away. But I will say, from experience with the kids before, going to
Mhm.
Nike in Hayward Field was a pretty awesome
Mhm.
experience.
Yeah, it looks really
Yeah.
cool.
We're gonna stick to the East Coast and go to Philadelphia and New Balance,
Oh, nice.
just 'cause it's
Just closer.
a little closer and
Yeah.
it's just one of those things. All right, guns up. Who do we have in this final? You got it. Henderson and Olson, the middle of the track, 4 and 5 are the two favorites. Fair start. First hurdle. Looks like Olson has the lead right here.
Final.
Henderson is second. It looks like that's the way it's going to stay, but the hurdles you just never know. And that's the way it's going to stay. So Olson's going to win this one over Henderson. Round one goes to
That's Olsen
Division
from
one,
Nashua South,
1570.
1570. Henderson, Souhegan, 1589. Keith from Pinkerton, 1659. Laverne from Portsmouth, 1660. Gannon from Londonderry, 1726. And Kelly from Portsmouth, 1757. Hurdles off, please.
So if you couldn't quite hear that from Mr. Martin, winner was Olson, Nashville South, 1570. Second was
Henderson from
And when you
Souhegan,
take the hurdles
1589.
You're going to
Keith
want to
from
move them to the
Pinkerton,
lowest height
1659.
so we can move them around for the girls' intermediates.
Laverne from
Laverne,
It's a
yep.
lot
Portsmouth,
easier for you to move
1660.
around when you
Gannon
put them to
from
the lower height.
Londonderry, 1726.
So,
Kelly
hurdles
from
off,
Portsmouth,
put the lower height,
1759.
and then you're going to have to move them
Oh
around
gosh, how do you say
to
that?
the
Dillavoo.
300
Dillavu
meter
from
box.
Nashua
When you
South,
do that,
1759,
do not cross
and
through the
Rivera from
infield.
Manchester,
Make sure you're going around
1766.
around the outside.
Thank you, thank you.
At this time, I would like all girls in the 1600 meters, please, to clerk, check in with the clerk, please. Clerks are in the blue tents at the end of the straightaway. All girls in the 1600 meters, check in at this time.
So it looks like the top seed coming into the finals is Braswell because she's lane 4 preferred lane. Looks like Shabda had the second fastest because she's in lane 5. And then lane 3, Pinkerton, lane 6, Dover. So it usually goes in from the middle out are our finalists. And we'll have those for you on the screen here momentarily. We expect very fast sprint times. The wind is almost non-existent. I would expect the throws and the jumps. This is just a great day for track and field. We finally have one where it's warm, it's sunny, not a lot of wind, and it's usually just right on time. You know, for Merrimack, for Seacoast, Wilderness, this weekend, next weekend. And we see a jab throw. That's a pretty good toss by a Co-Brown athlete.
Nice.
On the track,
Warming up for pole vault right
the
now on the girls.
100 meter dash
Could
finals.
be Barton from Concord. She's the favorite there. And then the high jump is still going on with the guys. And that looks pretty high, actually. That's got to be over 6 feet.
So
Oh, here
I
we go.
think she is the top, not.
All right, give us the rundown for each lane, school, and name, Brianna.
First lane is Caroline Cooper from Concord. Second, Eva Roberts from Pinkerton. 3, Hannah Seipel from Pinkerton. 4th, Ayana Braswell from Nashua South. 5th, Anushka Shavda from Co-Brown. 6th, Demaya Boudard from Dover. 7th, I don't know how to say that.
I think it's Leanne Ortiz Blanco from Salem.
Okay. 8th, Grace Sesaw from Concord.
And the meet record right now, it stands at 12:30 back in 2008 by Bree Robinson in Pinkerton. Holy cow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
How many years is that?
That is
The best part,
15 years.
fair start. Braswell's best out of the blocks, has the early lead. Shabda trying to make inroads, and so is Woodard from Dover. And this is going to be tight. Shabda making a late run.
Oh.
Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, I
Shabda
don't
made a late
know.
run at the end, but that's kind of Characteristic of a 200 400, but Broswell wins it 12.62 over Schaub, just 12.67. Woodard was third, 12.81. Sipple from Pinkerton, fourth, 12.99. Cooper from Concord, 13.10 was fifth. Ortiz Blanco of Salem, 13.11 for sixth. Seventh was Roberts from Pinkerton, 13.13, and Saysaw Concord, 14.36. I was on a roll.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
were.
Brianna, I was on a roll.
No, you're good.
The best part when I put Brianna on the spot to do something, your eyes get nice and wide. That shows excitement and ready to roll. All right, here we go. The boys 100. Looks like Salem is the top. No, that's lane 5. So it looks like Pinkerton got the preferred lane. We'll give you the names here in a minute.
Awesome.
Of course, all of this will happen after the boys' dash, which is on the track.
So lane 1.
Is Xavier Emery from Nashua South. 2, Anthony Amaro from Londonderry. 3, AJ Sebastian from Manchester
John Snell,
Memorial.
you're needed at the
4,
pole vault, please.
Caden
John Snell
Micho
at the pole
from
vault.
Pinkerton. 5th, Samuel Jones from Salem. 6, Braden Parker from Pinkerton. 7, Michael from Nashua South. And 8, Quinn Marino from Concord.
Who you got? I'm going to pick Caden Machad from Pinkerton because he's got the preferred lane. But you should pick somebody else for fun.
I'm going to pick AJ Sebastian because
Okay, here we go.
he's usually pretty good.
All right, Machad got out well. Malone picked Sebastian, and this is going to go down to the wire. I can't call from here. I can't call from here. I think it was my guy. I think it was Pinkerton.
It was Micho from Pinkerton,
Oh,
11:26.
Hands up, hands up.
Here you go.
It was only 200th of a second, though.
Yeah,
What a
that
great
was
race.
close.
Salem, 11:40. Parker from Pinkerton, 11:41.
Go call him out,
Emery
Brianna.
From South, 11:63. And Amaro from
Oh,
Londonderry,
so
11:64.
first was Misha from
Next
Pinkerton,
on the track
11:26.
is the
Second,
girls'
Sebastian from
1600
Manchester,
meters. As I started
11:28.
saying earlier,
Jones
there are
from
2
Salem,
heats in
11:40.
this. The
Parker
first
from
heat
Pinkerton,
is the seeded
11:41.
heat, with those girls with
Fifth,
the
Emery
fastest speed
Menasha
times
South,
are placed.
11:63.
However,
6, Amaro,
in this, the top 6
11:64.
times,
7, Marino,
whatever heat they come
11:70,
from,
and
make up
8,
the results.
Nashua South, 11:72. Is this the 1600 now?
Yeah, girls 1600.
Are they doing 1 or 2 heats of this?
I believe there's 2 heats.
Okay.
Should
I have
be
the
fast to
results.
slow.
Boys
It looks like
pole
slow
vault.
to fast, I think.
In 6th place from South,
Nah,
Olson.
I don't know. I can't
In
tell.
5th
It
place
doesn't have the times
from
on there.
Cole Brown.
No, I'm not sure.
Connor. In 4th place from North, Devonary. In 3rd place from Portsmouth, Yetton. In 2nd place from Concord, Nyhan. And the winner from Cole Brown Academy with a jump of 11 feet even, senior Finn Hill.
Oh no, it is fastest first.
Okay, yep. So yeah, 2 heats, fast, slow. We've got 11 girls in this first heat. We've got Mia of Portsmouth, Meadow of Exeter, Lily of Salem, Molly of Concord, Melanie of Merrimack, Emma of Sauhegan, Anna of Sauhegan, Mallory of Coe-Brown, Samantha of Coe-Brown, Brinna of Alvern, and Callison of Pinkerton.
That means it's not as clean as the others, okay? You're gonna have to look up there. See, they're there, right? Okay, make sense? Yeah. There you go.
It's like somebody still might be getting hip
Yeah,
numbers
that's what it
on,
looks
I
like.
think.
Yeah.
What's your fastest 1600?
Mine?
Yeah.
5:13, I think.
This is the girls' 1,600 meters. It's 4 laps. This is the seeded heat.
Portsmouth leading it. They're already kind of, I mean, yeah.
It seems like pulling out pretty hard because
Yeah.
it's
They're
pretty
like
much just
single
a spread out
file,
line
but,
already, yeah, through
but
the 200.
it's also like you do want to be in the first lane, so that's understandable too.
Yeah, typically it is a good indication of kind of the pace is whether people are really bunched up into a tight group or kind of strung out like this. Although it looks like it's actually tightening back up a little bit here. So maybe
Girls' high
they
jump can check
heard
in
the
now,
200
please.
split and
Girls'
realized
high
that it was a
jump.
little bit
Yeah.
fast.
Definitely could be the case.
Because I think it was high 30s through the 200,
Oh, wow.
which is pretty quick. So we'll see
we'll see if they
what
come
the
through.
split is at the 4.
It's probably going to be like 80-ish.
Coming up on the 400. 78, 79,
Yeah, right at 80.
Yeah. So it's like
70,
a
79, 80.
5:20.
Yep. So pretty fast.
Mhm.
I think the fastest seed coming in was around 5:30.
5:31.
Yeah.
So it's possible.
Yeah, we can take a look. That was Mia Portsmouth with a 79 high.
Ooh, I forgot we had splits. This is great.
Oh, really? That's so fancy.
Meadow Gregory with an 80.
Yeah, so we got about, what is that, 5 girls up in that front pack who have got probably 30 meters on the rest of the group there.
Even the back group is starting to separate out a little bit too, though.
Yeah, we got almost like 3 different groups going here.
Yeah.
But yeah, this front pack's still pretty tight. We got, I think, still Mia of Portsmouth leading, looks like. Meadow Gregory's in there.
Salem,
Lily Thomas, I believe, in 3rd.
Melanie. So it is actually the top 5.
Yeah. So yeah, Bedard and Nyan of Concord
I've
making
seen
up
too
the
many
rest of that
people
top
on the
5.
infield. The only people that should be on the infield are javelin
So we're gonna go
throwers
through
and
here.
discus people.
2:45 through the 8. So that's
Coming
what
up
about
on
an
the
85 for the
time.
second 400. So
Halfway,
they've slowed down
253,
a little bit.
254.
85.11. Meadow with an 84.7.
Yeah, so you can see
Oh,
just
so
looking at the
she, like,
splits, yeah, that
Split up a little bit.
the back end of that group caught up to me a little bit on that last lap because they all ran 84s. Yeah, still pretty tight. It'd be interesting to see when somebody kind of makes a move here. I would imagine probably
Probably
on
wait till the last.
yeah, either the front stretch here,
True.
going into the last lap, or on the back stretch probably. On the last lap is the
The boat.
typical places.
Yeah.
But sometimes people just wait until right
The
coming off
very
the last
end.
turn, you know.
Sometimes that's the way to go. Depends on who you're racing, though.
Yeah, so we got Meadow Gregory moving up into the lead. She's going to come through the 1200 in first.
Coming up on the 1200. 1 lap to go. Bell lap. 408, 409, 410, 411.
All right, so that's an 84 high for that split.
Staying pretty consistent.
Yeah, so I
Except for
imagine
the
they're
first
probably
one
going to
was-
drop a little bit on this last lap.
Yeah.
So-
I'm gonna say it's gonna be another 80.
Yeah, so that puts them right around 5:30 for the final time. Which sounds about right. But still pretty
We'll
tight
see.
battle here. We had Mia go back up to the front on that turn, and now Meadow is surging to try to get in first, but Mia's trying to fight her off there. Although eventually she does get into that inside lane.
Nobody's like completely taking off though.
So yeah, Meadow put that little surge on, but now Mia's coming right up on her shoulder again. And then we got Lily Thomas going all the way out into almost lane 3 to pass both of them here.
Wow.
She is flying off the turn.
Yeah, Lily Thomas out midway on lane 2, gets around them for the straightaway, and Lily Thomas of Salem currently over me, and she's going to go ahead and hang on to this.
Wow.
526 looked like.
520. That's a pretty good last
good.
lap. I want to see that split.
Yeah.
That was Thomas from Salem.
It's going to be a
75.8.
75.8.
Share from
Nice.
Portsmouth, 526.56. Gregory
So
from
huge
Exeter,
negative split there.
528.15. Bedard, Merrimack, 530.54. Nyan from Concord.
That was a great race from
536.60.
Thomas there, because she kind of just let the top two just fight it out and wear each other out, go back and
Taylor
forth,
from
because they
Coburn,
swapped positions a couple times.
551.38.
Um,
The top six.
And she just sat there and let them do it, and then all of a sudden,
1600
200 to go, she was like,
all
right,
boys
I'm gonna win
in the
now.
1600 meters, please check in at the clerking area. All boys in the 1600. Like the girls, there'll be 2 heats of the boys.
The second heat is coming on now.
All right, so now we have the second heat of the girls on the track.
It's like the number 1.
All girls high jumpers should be checking in at this point. That's the second time I've called that. All girls in the high jump to check in. Reminder, we do not have first, second, and third calls. There is 1 call for your event. Once it's called, you should be checking in at that time,
It's
please.
taking it out hard.
Yeah, I believe that's Jennifer of Alvern.
Already separating. Looks like the number 1 from Memorial didn't show up to the starting line, so
So yeah, we'll see. We got quite a few of these girls running right around 6 flat. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that, because I imagine a lot of them, that's probably their goal. See, we got a 5:59, we got a 6 flat, another 6 flat, a 6:01, a 6:02, and a 6:03. So even the 9 and 10 seed is 6:06 and 6:07. So I mean, they have a good race.
tight.
Like all these girls are probably looking to break that 6-minute barrier.
it is a little toasty for a. For the
Yeah, I
16
mean, we mentioned how it was good weather for sprinting
sprinting.
and hurdling, but yeah, I think the 3200 will probably be a little bit happier with the weather once the sun
When
goes
an
down
event
and it cools off a
finishes,
bit.
You'll turn it into the Lancer timing tent down on
Because
the
yeah,
track.
right now it is still
All
pretty
field
warm.
events will be
Yeah.
turned into Lancer timing.
So they're on pace to break
Okay.
6 minutes right now.
All girls in the triple jump can. Boys, got it. Yeah. All boys in the triple jump can check in at this time, please. All boys in the triple jump. Sorry about that. No problem. My fault.
Looks like, who's that? Madeline of Dover, I think.
Along with Jennifer of
tightening
Alvin
up.
still. And that looks like Pinkerton, but there's no Pinkerton in this heat, so I don't know who that one is. Oh wait,
Is
there's
that,
a Pinkerton.
Tegan
Yeah, got
of
it.
Pinkerton? Yep. So yeah, so she actually surges off that corner into the lead. Dover going right with her. Yeah, this is really
Really
tight.
Yeah. I mean, they're all within, what was it, like 10 seconds?
Yeah,
of seat time,
yeah,
so
about there.
So it kind of makes sense. that
Yeah,
they would
it's
be-
interesting though, because like we said, typically if the pace is a little bit slow, then you bunch up like this. But they went
Coming up
through
the
the first
halfway point,
400,
Second heat of the girls,
well under
1600
6-minute pace.
meters.
So
Yeah.
it's interesting to see how
255,
tight everybody is here.
257,
They're gonna
258,
go through right around 3
259,
minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah, this could be a really good race here.
Second lap slowed down a little bit, but still, they're still pretty consistent.
It is interesting, like, typically unless it's a pretty large meet, the 1600 only has one heat. So it is interesting, like now when you have a larger meet like this and there are 2 heats of the 16, a lot of some of the more inexperienced runners that typically would just be, further down in one heat are now running up front, and maybe that's something they're not quite used to. But it's definitely a great learning experience to, kind of get used to and learn how to
Pace yourself.
run from the front of the race, and get pacing down and just like how to race people. Because we're going 4 wide here.
Wow.
Down the
They're all like
down the straightaway. Yeah, so 400 to go, and this could go to pretty much anybody in this race.
That's kind of fun though.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting.
Stretching out a little bit.
Yeah, Alvern back up front.
If you place in the top 6 in an event, you'll
Looks
be
like
given
maybe
an award.
Salem in second.
Awards are going to be given out up at the press box. It'll be at
Yeah,
the
I
farther
think they're
end of
blue.
the press box. So just come out to the front of the press box on the farther end, and there's girls up there who will give you your awards. If top 6 only.
Wow, fancy little angles there.
Okay. Girls, the pole vault for boys is going to be revised, so don't hand any of those out yet. Okay, you'll get a new sheet. Okay.
All right, so still Jennifer of Alvern leading, coming off this last turn. She's got a little bit of a gap, but if anybody has a strong surge down this final straightaway, then they're not out of it.
But it looks like she might keep the lead.
Yeah, she looks pretty strong there.
Yeah. She might be just under. It's going to be close.
Salem with a late push up into second.
I'm going to say that was
That's
like a
Herbert from Alvern,
5:58
5:58.70.
for Jennifer of Alvern.
Rustin from Salem, 5:59.49. Roach from
Catherine.
Exeter, 6:00.09. And Reynolds from Timberlane, 6:00.36. Also, Reynolds from Timberlane, 6:01.16. And Stinson from Pinkerton, 6:03.64.
It's like
Yeah,
we had
that's a
some
tight
siblings
heat.
Next on
in
the
that
track
race.
is the seeded heat of the boys, 1,600 meters.
Awesome. Who's in this? Is that Jamie Leno up front? And I don't know who the next person is. I can't see the uniform.
Let's
Like the
see.
girls
There we
We
go.
got.
Nicholas from Alvern.
Again, this is the
Yeah,
seeded heat.
so
I have the results of the boys' high
yeah, this should
jump.
be a pretty quick race. We
Yeah.
got
In sixth
Avery
place from
Crowell
North
in there,
Sucheki.
Brock
In
James of
fifth place
Salem,
from Sauhegan,
Norda of Sauhegan.
McCool. In third place from Dover.
So this should be
Courbet.
pretty good. We got,
In third place from
let's
Salem.
see, looks like Crowell out in
Carrion.
front.
In second place from Nashua South,
And-
Witta. And the winner with a jump
Looked
of
like
6
Sauhegan
feet,
following
6 inches.
Yeah, I think that's
From
Norda there in
Londonderry,
second.
senior
And then
Andrew
Leno
Coleman.
actually just moved up into second off that straightaway.
They're staying pretty close. Their legs look like they're in sync. That's kind of cool.
At this time, I would like all girls 4x100 meter relay teams to check in. All girls.
All right, so we got
Boys
Crowell
not
going to come
yet. It's gonna be
through
pretty crowded
at what,
down there. There are
66?
13 girls
Yeah.
teams. So
Yeah, right around
girls,
66.
4 by 100 meter relay teams are checking in at this time.
So it's a 424 pace. 425. I think that's what the top seed was, so they are capable of holding that.
Yeah, that's a reasonable pace for the first 4. They're not going crazy. But definitely gunning for the
fast
PR
time.
for a few of those top guys.
Girls.
So yeah, now it looks like Crowell's trying to string it out a little bit, but Leno's going right with him. Those two are.
Sauhegan's kind
There
of
is a
hanging in there,
concession stand
trying
near the
at
main
least.
entrance. There's
And
some
Salem.
t-shirts, all kinds of food. Nice thing is, they don't just take cash. Venmo, Apple Pay.
That's
You
Norda
name
and
it,
James
they'll
trying to
take it.
maintain contact. Let's see, pretty even there.
Yeah. Maybe even like a little bit of a
Yeah, I think that was a
negative.
65 there. So they're dropping
Yeah.
a little bit.
Nice. That's good.
Pretty interesting.
I'm always impressed by people who can negative split things.
Again,
Yeah, I
girls,
mean
4
that's
by
pretty
100
unusual to
meter
see,
relay teams.
especially like
Yeah.
your opening
Needs to
lap
be
is
on their way to
usually
Usually
pretty
really fast.
pretty fast. So yeah, it's interesting to see a second lap split faster than the first. And it honestly looks like they still might be speeding up
Yeah.
here. Leno just took the lead on the back stretch, and just judging by his stride here, he's really trying to string things out. But Crowell going right with him.
Yeah, he's not letting go.
Yeah, I think these two are really going to push each other to a pretty fast time. And then we got Norda right on the back of them, and James right behind him. So they're also going to get pulled out to some pretty good times. They're seated at 432 and 433. So
Okay.
if they can hang on to the back of these guys, they got a pretty good
Pretty
chance
good.
of running in the 420s.
Wow. Yeah, because that was
That one is
67, so that was
a
a
little bit slower.
Fastest time in the state right now belongs to Patrick Andini, 4:26.25.
Yeah, I think we're going to
they
see
might
that go
break
down
that,
today. Yeah.
Definitely.
All right, so Leno putting a little bit of room on Crowell. He still looks really strong. His stride looks good. Crowell looks like he's sitting back a little bit into his hips. He might be a little bit tired, but still running pretty strong. He's going to have a good time. And then it's going to be an interesting battle for third here with Norda and
Boys,
James.
shot put your check in now, please.
James
All
looks like
boys
he's trying
in
to
the
go
shot put. Please
around the
check in
outside
now.
off the corner.
Coming up to the final straightaway, the seeded heat of the boys.
See if
16
Leno
it's
can
gonna be-
run low 420. About a 424 there.
Which I think was his seed time, so. Ran.
And we got Crowell
Leno from
431.
424.51. Second, Crowell from Portsmouth, 431.01. Third, James
Got a
from
big pack
Salem,
coming in, high 430s.
433.65. Fourth, Norda from Sauhegan, 434.10. Fifth, correct.
They're almost
Cole
all
Brown,
under
437.28.
It's
And
interesting.
sixth,
It seems like
Johnson
everybody
from
ran
Dover,
Like almost
right
the
around their
exact
seat
thing,
times.
yeah.
Yeah. Might have a couple small PRs sprinkled in there, but
Nothing
everyone
crazy.
running almost exactly their seat times.
Yeah.
I think that was Jamie's first time running it.
He had a seed time that was like not a .00, so must have run it
Yeah,
at some time.
It was curious to me, but
It might be an indoor time.
yeah.
I think.
Okay. Oh, like a converted? Probably.
Yeah, because I think he ran around there in indoor. I know he ran the full mile a couple times in indoor.
Okay.
All right, so we got the second heat going now.
Second heat, boys, 1,600 meters.
About 2 Concords out front. They're already
All right, so yeah,
accelerating a
this
little bit.
second heat should be Fifield and Watt of Concord. 1-2 through these through the first 400. And then we got pretty big pack all bunched up there. But these Concord boys definitely trying to
Yeah, they're gonna have their
go pretty.
first lap is almost what the first heat
Yeah, what was
lap
that, 68 through the first
or
lap?
67 even.
Wow.
It's pretty speedy.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah, no,
well
you're
under
right,
their seat
68.
time.
Yeah.
Both seated at 4:45.
Okay. Oh wow, and they weren't in the first heat.
Yeah, first heat went to 4:43.
Wow.
So that's pretty competitive heat there.
Yeah. Everyone.
So that's Sean Fifield out front. Put a little gap on his teammate.
And then they have a. From there, it's a big gap. Or not
Yeah,
that
and
big,
then
but
the main
pretty big.
pack is still pretty much all
close
together. Yeah. Let's see, they're gonna go through the 800 about 220, just
Mhm.
under 219.
If they can maintain that, they could PR.
And then that main pack going through about 2:55 to 3 minutes by the end of it, which is pretty much what most of this heat is seated at, is in the 450s.
Mhm.
Though it looks like one of the Pinkerton boys is moving up a little bit.
Oh, yep, that one. Wow. He must have passed a bunch of people because he came through that last lap in 8th.
Wow.
Yeah. Unless that's not pink. No, that definitely is. So there's 2 Pinkertons listed in the heat and 3 running.
Ah, no, that's
oh,
Londonderry.
It's Londonderry.
It's
Okay,
Londonderry.
okay, that's why.
Those two always screw me up because they got white shirts and they got red shorts.
That is confusing.
And I cannot tell them apart.
Fifield continues to lead. He's been on 72nd pace.
Kind of keeps extending his lead.
Yeah, a couple people making some moves in that main pack there, though. But I think the 2 Concord boys should be able to go 1-2 if they stay strong this last
Honestly,
200.
I think this guy might catch him.
Yeah, who's that?
He looks-
Portsmouth, it looks like.
Yeah.
I
Concord looks like he's
believe
hurting,
that's
so.
Dunning. Oh, no. Who is that? Peters of Portsmouth.
Yeah, he's definitely going to catch him. Look at this.
Yeah, he's having a big last lap here.
Nice.
See if he can catch him. Ooh, this is going to be close.
Coming in on the
I think he
inside.
got him, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he just gave him.
So Fifield runs 4:48, looks like.
4:49.12. 4:58.
That was Fifield from Concord,
4:51,
4:49.12. Peters, Portsmouth, 4:50.80. Watt from Concord, 4:51.42. LaFlame from North, 4:52.56. Dunning from Alvern, 4:55.25. And McDonald from Pinkerton,
think they were all-
4:56.97.
Oh, almost all under 5. So that's good.
Peters from Portsmouth in second ran a 73, a 75, a 75, and a 66.
That's crazy.
So yeah,
That's
he
awesome.
was moving that last lap.
Now we've got 4x1.
All right. So for the girls, 4x1.
Next on the track is the
Obviously the
girls
favorite would
4
be
by 100
Nashua
meter
South,
relay.
having just
There are 3
broken the
heats
state record.
based on time.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be pretty good, especially given the weather conditions tonight is favorable.
Yeah, I mean,
Become the places.
this is probably the best conditions they've run in, and they already broke the state record this year.
First
So
heat
And
like
they have the
cold
meet
weather.
record.
to their
is that from last year?
Yep,
positions.
last year's
Please
meet
do
record
not
49.74,
cross
so
the
we'll see if they can
infield,
beat that. Also in this heat, we'll go through all the lanes. Lane 1, we're looking at Manchester Memorial. Lane 2 is Dover. 3, Nashua North. 4, Nashua
Second,
South,
third
as mentioned
heat
previously.
can also go
Lane
to their
5 is
positions
Pinkerton,
now.
and Lane 6 is Concord.
The 3 girls each.
Looking like Dover is not here.
Boys 4 by 100 should be checking in now. Boys 4 by 1 should be checking in. But girls, all runners.
I'm not seeing
all
Concord either.
girls heats
There
should
they
be
are.
at their positions now.
So we're just missing.
Just over.
Dover.
I'm looking
Yep,
for
I see them
flags.
coming over now.
Oh.
See a white in
Oh, yeah.
zone 1. A white in zone 3.
How many heats of this do we have?
Let me check. We have
3 heats.
3 heats.
Okay, so we're doing fast to slow then.
Yes.
Girls discus can check in now, please. Girls discus. For the relay, we're still waiting.
I think they have everyone now.
So again, Nashua South running last week at Clippers 48.40.
Pinkerton not far behind, though.
No, 48.98. That's, that is not far at
Now
all.
you change to yellow.
But we do see a lot of fast
Still not
times,
ready,
actually.
guys.
A lot of the top 10 times in the state came from Clipper relays.
Yeah, I think that was what a lot of teams were focused on at Clippers.
Yes, 7 of the top 10 were at Clippers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Also, like we said, it was one of the first times where there was
We are all
somewhat
set.
decent weather
First
for the
heat is
4x1.
ready.
At Clippers?
I mean, it was a lot better than
Yes,
It was
yeah.
cold though.
Sanborn.
It was cold, so not favorable for sprinters, but it was still better than
A
it
lot
had
of the other
been for
meets
some of the
we've
bigger
had, yeah.
meets.
Yeah, I mean, today is ideal, but yeah, Clippers, at least the sun came out there for a little bit and
Set,
wasn't
fair start.
as early spring cold as it had been.
Got to watch the handoff, see if the baton slows down at all.
Pretty good. Pinkerton was a little late there, but
Yeah, it was an acceptable handoff for South. Probably not the smoothest I've seen.
they've already made up the stagger.
Can see it is currently South over Pinkerton.
Barely though.
Final handoff.
Oh, okay.
Not perfect handoff,
Yeah.
but
Clean
That's still
enough.
pretty good.
So we're looking at South and Pinkerton, and then a pretty close 3-way battle, but North is out in front of Dover and Memorial. And South
Ooh.
is going to go ahead and take that.
pretty close.
That's Nashua South,
48.67.
48.66.
So that is a
Second
meet
is
record.
Pinkerton, 49.61.
And
Third
not
is
quite
Nashua
enough
North,
for their
50.72.
state record.
Fourth is Dover, 51.17. Memorial is fifth, also 51-17, and Concord is sixth, 52-08.
So again, Nashua South 48-67, Pinkerton 49-61, Nashua North 50-72, Dover 51-17, Memorial 51-17, and Concord 52-08. Nashua South meet record, breaking their own record from last year.
How close were they to their state record?
So state was 48-4, and they had a
To
48-6-7.
go to
2.5
the second
tenths.
exchange zone on the other side of the track. Trainer, please. So the second exchange zone on the other side of the track, please.
Uh-oh.
Does seem like they're pretty consistent though this year. They've run
Yeah.
I think 49 low once or twice, and then obviously 48-4, then 48 high today. So
Yeah, and consistency is one of those things you definitely want to see in the relays where it's not, fumbling the baton week after week.
right, yeah, they've been right around that 49 low, 48 high all spring.
Heat number 2 in their blocks. We are looking at Salem in lane 3, Co-Brown lane 4, Exeter lane 5, and Merrimack out in lane 6.
Get someone with a microphone. Maybe grab a microphone.
Fair start for the 4 teams. Again, heat 2 of 3.
I have the results of the girls' triple
Clean and
cup.
fair handoffs all the way
In fifth
around.
place from Londonderry,
Not much
Robinson.
change in that stagger
In
thus
fifth place
far.
from Co-Brown Stakar.
Well, I take that
In
back,
fourth
actually.
place
Exeter
from
has made it
Concord
up and then
Saystar.
some.
In third place from Co-Brown Malone.
Co-Brown now closing
In
it.
second place from Concord Goulet.
So we have Exeter out
And the
in
winner,
front,
an
going into the final
outstanding
exchange.
jump of 38 feet 8 inches from Merrimack, Junior Alexis Best.
Exeter, Co-Brown.
Co-Brown catching there.
Whoa.
She gonna get her?
I think she is.
She
Wow.
did. Wow.
It was a good
She
run
was
from
like-
her.
Yeah.
It seemed like it was staying pretty even for the first half, and then
then all of
that
a
last
sudden-
50.
That was Co-Brown, 51.
So
just
Co-Brown,
went flying by.
51.83, Exeter 51.97, Merrimack 53.84, and Salem 55.18.
If you place in the top 6 in an event,
That might
you
have.
get an award. They're given out in the press box, which is at the farther end from where I'm sitting.
Exeter bettering their time. And next up, we have our third and final heat of the girls 4x100 meter. In this heat, we have Timberlane in lane 3, Londonderry lane 4, and Alvern lane 5.
All zones are okay, ready to go.
Alvern and Londonderry come in separated by 0.02 of a second. Fair start from the 3 teams. Timberlane, Londonderry, Alvern.
It's pretty even there.
Seeing a strong leg right here from Londonderry, closing in on that gap and then some. Londonderry currently in the lead with the stagger factored.
I think even without the stagger factor, they handed off
And
first.
they got it there, so. Londonderry leading over Alvern coming into the final turn. Again, those 2 teams separated by 0.02 of a second coming into today. Current gap is a bit bigger than that, but we'll see what happens on this final exchange as we have Londonderry out in front, followed by Alvern, then Timberlane.
So Alvern catching
Alvern,
there.
yeah,
but
Alvern closing.
Londonderry still takes it.
Londonderry 52:36. Alvern
52:36.
52:69.
Improving
Timberlane,
their time.
53:56.
Alvern 52.69, also an improvement, and Timberlane 53.56, an improvement for
Next
them
up, track
as well.
Boys relay. There are also
And with it,
3
we get to
heats
go ahead
here.
and move on to our boys.
All girls in the 400 should check in now, please. All girls in the 400. Clerking area again is the blue tents at the end of the straightaway.
So boys 4x1, 3 heats in our first heat. Lane 1, we have Portsmouth. Lane 2 is Salem. Lane 3, Memorial. Lane 4 is Pinkerton. Lane 5 is Concord. And in lane 6, we
Boys
have
javelin, can you check in
Londonderry.
at this time, please. All boys in the javelin, please check in now.
6 of the top 10 times in the state for 4x1 on the boys' side came at Clipper. So again, at Clipper Relays, a good place to run some relays. Allows all of the athletes to be pretty fresh for it. As we see these guys testing out their blocks. Pinkerton with the top time in the state, 43.42.
Yeah, they're actually seated under the meet record too, which is set in 2008, so bit of an older one.
That 2008 record held by National North, 43.68. Like you said, Pinkerton 43.42. So they should be pretty close to it. Again, favorable conditions today. They did run their current New Hampshire #1 time at Clipper Relays. See if the Lifefords want to pay me for the amount of times I say that tonight.
Yeah, I got some good Clipper Relays advertisement. Well, I don't know if they need it. Clipper Relays is huge.
Yeah, it was pretty big this year. Fair start. We are running in lanes 1 through 6 in this first heat of 3. Portsmouth, Salem, Memorial, Pinkerton, Concord, Londonderry, first exchange zone.
That was a good handoff.
Oh,
Ooh,
they
there's
lost somebody there.
yeah, there's a yellow flag up.
Who was that? Londonderry, I think, in lane 6. Didn't hand off. So Pinkerton's still out in front, followed closely by Concord.
But looks
Pinkerton,
like
Concord.
Pinkerton's definitely gonna get it.
Memorial gaining on Concord. That's going to make it pretty close right there between
Ooh.
Memorial and Concord.
I think Memorial might have gotten second there.
Well, we know that Pinkerton did get first with a 43.35.
That was Pinkerton.
And that is enough for a new meet record. So breaking the record from 2008. We've got
And
some
a new
fast
state
times
lead.
today.
43.98. Portsmouth 44.65. Salem
Pinkerton
45.58.
43.35. Memorial again did edge out Concord there. 43.95. Concord 43.98. Portsmouth 44.65. Salem 45.58. And Londonderry was indeed that team we lost in the first exchange.
So yeah, Pinkerton new state lead by what, 0.07 of a second? They
Yeah.
improved their time.
They went from #1 to #1, so still can be happy about it.
Right, heat 2, we got 4 teams.
All girls in
Exeter,
the long jump.
Sauhegan,
Please
Dover,
check in
and
this time,
Alvern.
please. All girls in the long jump.
All seated very close together, so this should be a good heat. Got only about 3/10 separating them all.
Long jump, triple jump, discus, shot put, javelin, they're all in the second line. So that's a good sign. Well, she was pretty good with this. One of my granddaughters. That triple jump too.
We're just waiting for the zones to be ready. Looks like
final
a fair
results
start.
for the girls 4x100 meter relay. Sixth was Co-Brown.
Looks
Fifth,
like
Memorial.
Exeter
Fourth,
on the
Dover.
inside.
Third, North.
Made up some ground on that
Second,
first
take
leg.
it in the winner, Nashua South.
And still making up some
Girls.
ground here. Sauhegan also with a good leg. But it's going to be Exeter still in first at the exchange. They had a good handoff there.
Yeah. So cute. Yeah.
It's going to be Exeter, Sauhegan, Alvern, Dover.
You would have thought you would have had. Why wouldn't you run a relay? Right, especially that one. Right.
Snell, how do the awards with the 4x1 go? Or like 4x whatever? Is it still like?
Each team gets one.
Okay. So is it just like is it still like top 6?
Yep.
Okay. No, what we got? I told every person.
So for those times we had Exeter 45-3-5, Sauhegan 45-6-7, Alvern 45-9-4, and Dover 46-9.
Third heat, we have only 3 teams in this heat. We got Timberlane, Merrimack, and Nashua North.
This is a little bit delayed, but I just realized if they ran 43 seconds, does that mean that they each ran like under 11 seconds? But has anybody even run under 11 seconds in the 100 yet this year?
So relays, you're going to go ahead and run faster because you are starting with your body under motion. So if you were to start a race and you're jogging into it, you've done workouts where you have a jog in start, kind of a similar type thing.
Okay.
That's why the record for the 100 relay split is like 8-7 or something.
4x100 meter
What?
relay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's almost a full second faster.
So we're looking at these 3 teams, heat number 3, Timberlane, Merrimack, and Nashua North, and right now it's a very close battle between Merrimack and North. North with a slight edge currently. Looks like that is just expanding, so it is going to be North taking this over Merrimack, followed by Timberlane. And North will take that with a 46-6-7.
Merrimack 46-82.
Merrimack 46-82. Timberlane 48-38. And that does go ahead and wrap
Next
up
on the track is the
our
girls
4x1s.
meters. There are 3 heats of these.
Next event on the
Like
track,
other events
girls
based on time.
400 meter.
First heat is the
3
seated
heats.
heat. 3 heats for the girls.
Again, running
400.
fast to slow in our first heat here. We got a full house, 1 through 6. Our fastest time is actually a tie between lanes 4 and 5, and we'll go ahead and see who those people are in just a moment.
It's pretty interesting.
So heat number 1, lane 1, Taylor of Exeter. 2 is Avery of Portsmouth. 3 is Isabella of Pinkerton. 4 is Janelle
If you
of
place
North.
in the top
5
6
is Lily of Portsmouth,
any
and
event,
6 is
you do
Madeline
receive
of
an
Concord.
award. Awards are
So
given
again,
at the
4 and
front of the
5,
press
Janelle and
box.
Lily,
Not with
North
me, but
and
way to the
Portsmouth
end of the press box.
come in with the same time. So we will
Should be a
see.
good race.
Yeah.
then.
I'm surprised Grace Devaney doesn't have the meet record here.
Meet record is held by what? Alex Kirkhill.
2008 again, the
Yeah.
57.75.
Didn't Grace Giovanni run like a 55 or something? That's crazy.
Yeah, she has the state record, right, Greg? I think. It's hard to put you on the spot. Pretty sure she does.
Haven't opened those up yet. Why don't I go ahead and do so? As we see this first heat taking off.
Seeded heat,
Yeah,
Of
I
the
do seem to
girls
remember her running the
400.
200 here, her senior year. So maybe that's why. So it looks like Thomas with a pretty good start here.
Grace Devaney state record 55.42 set back
Yeah.
back in 2019 for Concord.
At the final results of the boys 4x100 meter relay,
I think we're gonna get a 58 here.
6th place Salem, 5th place Exeter, 4th place Portsmouth.
It looks like
third
Portsmouth
place
is out in
Concord,
front right now. That
first
is
place
Lily
Vermont,
Jenkins.
second place
However,
Memorial,
Thomas and
and the
North
winner,
looks like she's
Pinkerton,
closing in on it.
43-35.
So Thomas is going to go ahead and catch and then pass over Jenkins.
Maybe 58 high, 59 low.
Yeah, that was a
That was
58.79.
Thomas
Nice.
58.79. Jenkins from
So
Portsmouth,
that's an improvement for
59.86.
her.
Timmerman from Portsmouth, 62.35. Sapel from Pinkerton, 62.53. Seaman from back up. Sapel from Pinkerton, 62.53.
So again,
was fifth.
Thomas
Sixth
improving
was
her
Seaman
time.
from
National North
Exeter,
58.79. Jenkins
64.12.
59.86.
Third
Muller
was
Concord
Muller from
61.39.
Concord, 61.39.
Timmerman Portsmouth
A word from again, no, we'll mix up there.
62.35.
Thomas from North,
Sipple Pinkerton
Jenkins from
62.53.
Muller, Concord,
Seaman of Exeter
Timmerman, Portsmouth,
64.12.
Sapel, Pinkerton, and Seaman, Exeter.
Moving on to heat number 2.
Greg, what's your preference on 60-something, 70-something versus like 110, 120? Like,
I change more than you would imagine.
yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So as a sprinter, well, all of my times were the sub 60, so I never
would
dealt
hope
with the
so, yeah.
I never dealt with the 60s. So that was always a weird thing for me. But
But even for like workouts, you wouldn't do like longer workouts that you'd have.
He did like 30-meter repeats.
longer
Really?
workouts than a
Yeah.
400.
What?
Occasionally, like once or twice a season, I might have to run a 600 or something.
Okay.
I have no idea what my split would be for that. Not good. So, but no, I kept everything pretty short as we do have heat number 2 underway. We're looking at Haley of Merrimack in lane 1. Ariana Pinkerton, lane 2. Grant Exeter in 3. Raina of Exeter in 4. Grace of Pinkerton in 5. And Marina of Salem out in lane number 6.
You can't just pick and choose whether you say people's first names or last names.
I do, though. I'll get into like a
Whichever
rhythm
one
of
is
one, and
easiest.
then, yeah, usually. Sometimes I try and stay consistent. Sometimes I go for whatever's easiest.
Mhm.
Sometimes it depends on like what else I'm doing as well. If I have to switch cameras, if I'm talking real quick. Typically, I try and rely on the other commentators to do all the name stuff, so I can actually do all the other things. But that's okay.
All right, well, in first we got Grace here in lane 5, although looks like, who's that, Ainsley coming up on her. I mean, pretty close at the line here.
Yeah.
I think Grace still held on there.
Grace over Grant.
Hello from Pinkerton.
It is.
63.42. Grant from Exeter, 63.55.
So Jello,
Thompson from
63.42. Sometimes I have to think about the
65.
63 versus saying 103.
Clausen
So
from
Grant
Pinkerton,
103.55.
66.48.
Thompson
And Boyd from
105.65.
71.90.
That's like
Ariana.
a second PR for
Of the
both
girls
of them.
400.
66.48. Roy would be a 71.90.
Yeah, see, now I'm just pointing out all these things to you and making you think about them.
Well, see, that time I actually switched back and forth a few times just to mess with you.
All right, so this is the third and final heat.
Who's in it?
We have Kaylin of Merrimack, Nydia of Concord, of Tumo of Manchester, and Riley of Merrimack.
That would be Manchester Memorial.
What did I say?
You said Manchester. I was just clarifying. That's all.
okay.
There's a few of those schools, so. Looks like inside
So on the inside
lanes.
is Merrimack.
Yep, that's Kaylin.
Do we only have 3 running?
We
Yeah, I think
do.
we're missing Concord there.
Oh, yep.
But we can see that is Kaylin in lane 3 out in front.
Yeah, so she's on the inside too, so she's got a
definitely
pretty good
leading
lead there. But 400 gets a little iffy coming around this last corner
Yeah.
sometimes.
This last stretch, it's like your legs
Yeah.
are falling off.
Yeah, a little bit of a surge coming here.
So
Oh,
this
she might
looks
touch
like,
her.
is that Memorial coming up?
So Nur going to go ahead and get around.
Looks like she's going to get it.
They're right around that
Nice.
67, 68 mark.
Nerve from Memorial.
Going to be 68-34
68-35. A move from Merrimack. 68-55.
for Nur of
Project
Manchester
Merrimack,
Memorial. A move
72-05.
Merrimack
Next on the track is the boys.
68-55.
There are 5 heats
Parzik
in the
of
boys
Merrimack
400.
72-05.
400.
So do you always go with
Now,
the
all
60 and the
girls
70 if
in
it's
the
a 400?
300-meter hurdles
Yeah.
could check in at this
I
time,
feel
please.
like
all girls in the 300
for me,
meter hurdle.
as a distance runner, that I'm just so used to that from like especially workouts and also just like splits during races and stuff are always just like
Yeah.
you know 65, like 67, like that's just what I think.
I mean, I could
how I
see it
think of
too.
it.
You know, I want to be told that I ran at 61, not a minute in 1 second.
Right.
So that's
Yeah.
fair.
I remember telling Kasich one time that I ran like a 1:15 or something, and he's like, "Do not ever say
Yeah.
that."
Thank you.
Yeah, sometimes people say that and I really have no idea what they're talking about.
All right, heat 1 of the boys. This is heat 1 of 5 this time. Who do we have?
Some fast people.
Let's see. We got Deshaun of Nashua North, Shane of Alvern, Jake of Portsmouth, Sean of Londonderry, Gavin of Cobrown, and Tyler of Merrimack. So this race is kind of loaded.
I'm gonna call it right now and say that they're going under 50.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance of
There's
that.
a really good chance.
Fair start.
Especially if they're like pushing each other.
Looks like Clegg already made up the distance on Demas.
Yeah, Clegg had an outstanding indoor season this year.
Lane forward,
Um,
Sean Clegg from Londonderry. He's
Is
the indoor
Londonderry-
state champion
Okay.
in the 600 meters. He has run under 50 seconds in this event before.
So meet record is a 49.38.
Wow.
49.38.
The meet record is 49.
By Noah Woodman of Pinkerton. So Clegg still out in front. Haley coming up on him though.
Yeah, Jake Haley at Portsmouth right there with him.
Although Clegg actually now putting on another surge.
It's right around that 50-second mark. Comes in at
50.67.
Close.
So now the thing dies. Oh, there it is.
That's Clegg from Londonderry, 50-67. Haley from Portsmouth, 51-17. DeMay.
So Clegg
Cobrown,
56.7, Haley 51.17, Demas 51.53, Safstrom 51.68, Plumley 51.88, and Coffee of 54.08.
so 56.7 is good enough for third in the state right now.
Second heat on the track. Remember, there are 5 heats.
Yeah, I will say I'm a little bit surprised. I expected that heat to be,
Closer?
like you said, yeah,
Yeah.
probably closer to sub 50. Just because you know all the names in this heat have that potential.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened is that the top two guys, Clegg and Demas, Clegg made up the stagger right away on Demas, and Demas just didn't have it today. So Clegg didn't necessarily have that pressure on his shoulder. And, you know, a lot of times in the sprints, you need to feel someone there in
Right,
order
right.
to really push yourself, especially in a 400.
From Nashua North, 58-79, Thomas.
Yeah, because I think you know a few of those boys should
Go, girls.
be able to run 50-point low or 49 high.
Girls.
So
Clegg already having done so actually. So
taking a look at heat number 2, Davio, who's on the track running now?
heat number 2, we have Ben of Pinkerton, Craig of Pinkerton,
Coach Snell to do that next time.
Rishikesh of Nashua South, Carson of Sauhegan, Hunter of Timberlane, Zachary of Pinkerton.
Yeah, and right now it looks like Carson and Sauhegan doing okay. Although Ben of Pinkerton, right on that lane 1, doing all right. Lane 2 actually looks pretty good too. Craig, his teammate. So this might end up being close as they
Yeah, it's pretty
come around the
even.
corner.
You know, almost 4 wide.
Currently do have Hunter of Timberlane out in front with Craig of Pinkerton. So it's going to come down to these two.
I don't know who got that. I think it was Pinkerton.
Everyone too tired to lean.
Coventry from Pinkerton, 58.83. Bedoin, Timberlane,
So yes, it is
52.87.
Craig
Smith
of
from
Pinkerton winning that
53.63.
52.83
Lynn from Souhegan,
to Hunter 52.87. So
Walters from Pinkerton,
that was really close.
54.79. And Dwaka from South, 55.59. That was the second heat of 5.
All right, third heat.
Remind that over near the entrance, there's
Um,
a full concession stand.
We have
They're also selling t-shirts over there.
Norda of
And
Sauhegan,
all
Grant of
kinds of
Exeter,
goodies.
Pettingill of
They also
Timberlane,
take
Carrion of
Venmo,
Salem, O'Donnell of
Apple
South,
Pay,
and
credit
Savage
cards,
of
and of
Timberlane.
course cash.
And I think, what do we have, 4 heats of this or 5?
5 heats.
5 heats.
So it must not be that they were taking a certain number of people then, because there was only 3 of the girls. Or were they limiting it?
Might have been by time. Have to double check on that.
Whoa, wait, didn't this guy run the 1600?
Yep. Interesting
Got some
double.
range.
Fair start for the heat.
Yeah, so that was Norda we were talking about. Just ran, what, like a 440 in the 1600? Or no, actually, no, he ran like 433 or something, I think.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, pretty
Yeah.
pretty interesting double. Can't say I've ever done that one.
So
Yeah.
each school is allowed 3 entries per individual event.
As long as they hit the times. There's no
There
cap.
are recommended standards.
Okay.
But they're not held to it?
They're recommended standards.
Okay.
You're instructed not to enter athletes who aren't close, and typically that is upheld, as we see Exeter. That's Colin Grant out in front of everyone. Zachary from
30.
Salem with a pretty good kick right at the end there. But Grant taking
That's
heat
Grant
number
from
3.
Exeter,
53.58.
O'Donnell from South, 54.51.
O'Donnell,
Carrion,
South,
Salem,
54.51. Carrion,
54.61.
Salem, 54.61.
Pettingill from Timberlane,
Pettingill, Timberlane,
55.05.
55.05. Savage, Timberlane, 55.30. And Norda from Sauhegan, 56.21. Moving up, we're going to heat number 4 of 5 for the boys 400 meter. Who's in this heat?
Let's see. Of course, you say that as I closed my start list
Oh,
here.
you got to understand. I mean, you call me out on reading names. I'm just going to make you
Yeah,
read all the names.
I know. All right, what is this? Heat 4. We have Perry of Nashua South, Farrington of Nashua North, Wheeler of Manchester Memorial, Brodo of Dover, Alessandro of Manchester Memorial, and Dargy of Concord.
Fastest time coming into this heat would be Ethan of Dover.
54.78. Looks like South on the inside there, probably with a lead.
Yeah, he's in lane 1, so he's got a slight edge right now. Perry of South.
It's like he's
followed by Ethan of Dover,
The Memorial
Martin of Memorial.
Might
take second. Hard to tell.
Yeah, it didn't look like either of them leaned.
Perry from South.
Well, we do see Perry take that,
54-41.
54-41 for South. Second place was
Proto from
Proto of Dover,
55-06.
55-06. Alessandro Memorial, 55-06.
Fourth is Farrington. from
Farrington North,
56-40.
56-40.
Fifth is Wheeler.
Fifth is Wheeler Memorial, 57-09.
One more heat.
And that brings us to our fifth and
Boys
final heat of the boys
400.
400 meter. In this heat, we have Boston of Salem, Gavin of North, Isaiah of Merrimack, and Benjamin of Merrimack. Well, it looks like only 3
At
of
this
4.
time, I would like all boys in the 300-meter hurdles to check in at the clerking area.
And they're
All
all
boys in the
theoretically
300-meter
within 4
hurdles,
tenths
please check in.
of each other.
So they're still got the stagger going on, but slightly spread as well.
Ooh, this is going to be a close one, too.
Yeah, between teammates of Merrimack.
Yeah, so not sure which one is which. Oh wait, they were in last.
Traverso from Merrimack, 55-38. Pasuli, Merrimack, 55-53. And Straub from Salem, 57-60. Hurdle crew. Intermediate hurdles should be placed at this time. Lowest height for the girls. The 300-meter hurdles should be placed at this time.
So that was Traverso of Merrimack, 55-38, to Basoli of Merrimack, 55-53, and then Straub of Salem, 57-60. So now we move on to 300 hurdles.
You got it. 3 sections of it, 3 heats.
They still haven't sent that up, have they? The pole vault?
Hey, Finn. Finn. You'll hear him call it. When he calls it, they have the results. Yeah, they had to redo it.
But where is it? I mean, that was an hour ago. Boys, pole vault?
Yeah, I think you could probably go with this. There were some problems with it, but I think it's good enough. I haven't gotten any more complaints in a while.
Okay. So we'll just go with what it is, right?
Let's do that.
Okay.
Still setting up some hurdles, and we're having a little bit of fun in the booth. But taking a look at our hurdles, our meet record set last year was Sydney of Exeter, 45-6.
That could be close this year. We got
Boys pole
Jordan
vault
Wheaton
has been declared official.
a few tenths
What I
away.
read earlier is correct, so you can pick those awards up.
How many of them you had up here? All 5 of them? 6 of them? Yeah.
Having a little bit of fun with some results. But yeah, taking a look at this, Jordan does have the top time in the state, 45.86.
They're all under 50 though. All under 49 even.
So Jordan actually ran that 2 days ago.
Is it like a dual meet or something?
Yeah.
Where was that?
Pinkerton and Concord.
Wow.
So I'm trying to
Interesting.
remember what was the weather like on
Tuesday was nice,
Tuesday.
yeah.
I think that was the cold day actually. I can't go back and look.
Was
those
it?
up, but I think because we had to meet that day too, and I remember it being
Yeah,
relatively
yeah.
chilly.
Tuesday was like, what's, I think
It was like
65
50.
for, was it really?
It was 50s where we were.
Oh, wow. Let's see, Pinkerton. What was the weather at over there? I don't know.
Well, also in this heat would
Colder than
be
today, I would say.
Definitely.
Kaylee Dillon of Merrimack, and I mentioned that. We'll introduce everyone, but wanted to mention it because she's currently second in this state. So we've got the top 2 girls in the state in this heat.
Yeah, should be good.
We also have number 4, Morgan Doherty of Concord.
Hurdles are all set.
Catherine Muller of Concord is 6th in the state. So we've got 4 of the top 6
Concord, pretty good hurdle
in
program.
this heat. Yeah.
Larry, my runners have seemed to disappear, so I'm trying to see if I can locate anyone that can bring
So taking a look at this entire heat, who do we have?
Charlotte from Timberlane, Christina from National North, Catherine from Concord, Jordan from Pinkerton, Kaylee from Merrimack, and Morgan from Concord.
So, yeah, like we said, everyone in the
John
seat pretty
Snell.
close together.
Go see Jamie at the tent. Go see Jamie.
Never want to be called to the tent. All right, we've got our first command here. On your marks. We can see them across the way.
3 girl heats. 3 girls.
So again,
heats.
this is heat number 1 of 3. Meet record 45.26. See if anyone can get that today. Pretty nice weather for it. Again, we've been talking about the heat, ideal for sprinters. I'm seeing next to
In the
no
other
wind
events,
as they
the
take
first
off.
heat is the seeded heat.
Yeah, Jordan is just so smooth.
It's like her upper body doesn't even move. Like her legs are just picking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ideally, that head stays level the whole time, and that is pretty much what she's doing. Slight issue on that hurdle, getting to it. Just steps were slightly off. You can see a little bit of fatigue starting to set in for her, but she is still well out in front. So Jordan right now in spot number 1, Kaylee in 2.
Coming on the final 2 hurdles.
Still
of
pretty
the first
smooth
heat
there.
of the girls' 300-meter hurdles.
Wow. Was she?
It's going to be
And Wheaton from Pinkerton,
45.77.
45.77.
So that is
From Merrimack,
That is
like a
her
PR for her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Best
Muller
time in the
from
state.
Concord, 47.50.
Not
Doherty
quite to
from
meet
Concord,
record, though.
48.61. 5th, Juris from North, 49.88. And 6th, Bedoin from Timberlane, 53.25. 3 heats, 6 places are determined by combining all 3 heats together.
Someone want to tell me all those times? I missed it.
Yes, we got so Whedon with a 45.77, Dillon with a 47.28, Muller 47.50, Doherty 48.61, Juris 49.88, and Bowden 53.25.
Next up, we're looking at heat 2 of 3.
Heat 2, we
I
got
have the
Ella of Portsmouth,
I have the result-
Alejandra of Nashua South, Isabella, Nashua North, Allison, Nashua North, Patrina of Alvern, and Mimi of Nashua South.
Yeah, it looks like Isabella of Nashua North out to lead right now. You can see her in lane 3, light blue jersey next to her teammate. She's on the inside.
Second place from Cole Brown, Zablinski.
And she's looking pretty strong
And
right
the
now.
winner with a toss of
Still being
123
aggressive.
feet,
A little
10
bit of a
inches
stutter there.
from
Getting steps
Nashua
off.
North,
That tells us that
senior
fatigue
Madeline
could slightly
Novak.
be playing a factor, although that one looked pretty smooth. She's getting after it in between. Isabella still out in front. 1 hurdle remaining. Pretty close battle right now for second place between Allison and
Oh,
Patrina.
it's gonna be
Good
big
time.
PR.
So it's going to be 47.06.
That is
Wow.
From North, 47
3
And then-
seconds faster than she ran it.
Yeah, and Fry as well running a 47.80. That's about a second and a half faster than her seed time. Ofori of Alvern, 48.08. Also, big PR. Ortiz, Nashua South, 50.86. Shavarin, 52.30. And Carter, 52.55.
So what's
Yeah, so
interesting,
that would from the second heat. That puts her in second.
Yeah, so what's interesting is her seed time was a 52.4, but her best time coming into today was a 47.21. So I think it was just a slight error in entering that time there. Otherwise, she would have been in that first heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, too bad, because
Yeah.
probably should have been in that first heat.
Well, here we go. Heat number 3 already off.
The results of the girls' shot put.
In our third and final heat,
We have Addison of Alvern, Samantha of Co-Brown, Elise of Portsmouth, Colleen of Exeter, and Ryan of Nashua South.
first to get to the hurdle. Looks like it is going to be
in second place from Salem,
on that inside lane, lane 1. That's Addison of Alvern.
Yeah, interesting. We saw Norda in the 400 who ran the 1600. Now we have Samantha of Co-Brown who ran the 1600
Running the 300
and is now in the 300 hurdles.
We also have a lead change right here. South out in front.
It's going to be 52 mid, I think, there. The 52.55 officially for Georgiana of Nashua South. 53.77 for Ash of Portsmouth. Bartel 53.80. Perrin 54.58. Tobin 55.80.
Hurdles now to the boys' height, please.
All right, so that does it for the girls' 300 hurdles. Now we have 4 heats of the boys.
Girls, I got all kinds of results up here.
So, in this first heat, Roy Olson with the top time coming in from Nashua South, 40.20. He also has the fastest time in the state. Jack Sullivan, the next fastest seed time, he comes in 3rd in New Hampshire.
Yeah, those two should be way out in front. They got
Battling it.
almost,
3 seconds.
but they do have 3 seconds on the next seed.
At this time, I would like all girls in the 800 meters to please check in at the clerking area, the blue tents at the end of the straightaway. All girls in the 800, please.
So in this heat, again, this is heat number 1 of 4. We're looking at Landon of Pinkerton in lane 1. Lane 2 is Rudy of Memorial. 3 is Jake of Portsmouth. 4 is Rory of South. 5 is Jack of North. And 6 is Devin of Pinkerton. Again, those top 2 that we had mentioned before, Rory of South, Jack of North. Little battle of the bridge action going on. I don't know if they do that for track.
What is it?
So Battle of the Bridge, it's something I learned about this year. Basically it's a rivalry between Nashua North, Nashua South. And I know they had it for cross country. I don't know if it spans all the states. I know there's a couple of schools, a few schools around the state who have similar things. Co-Brown and Oyster River have the Route 4 rivalry. So anyone from Nashua North or South, feel free to inform me on Battle of the Bridge as we have our heat taking off. And taking off is Rory. He is out to a blistering start.
It's like Sullivan trying to stay with him.
In second place,
But Rory's got a decent lead coming off the turn.
from Pinkerton, senior Jordan Wheaton.
Yeah, you want to see that lead leg kind of snap down a little bit quicker.
Another one, girls.
And that's what right there is allowing Jack to catch up. But, yeah, that ends up being pretty close.
That was close.
Olsen was out in
39?
front for the whole race, and he ends up taking it 39.47.
New meet record.
Yeah.
Ooh.
39.58. Third, Keith from Pinkerton, 42.57. Fourth, Laverne from Portsmouth, 43.
So like you said,
McCarran from Pinkerton,
that was
42.66,
Olsen
and
of
Cricker
South,
from Memorial,
39.47.
45.76.
good
First
for a
heat
meet
of
record.
4.
That was a meet record performance. I'll let Larry Martin know. We also had in
That
second
time of
Sullivan, Nashua North 39.58,
39.47
Keith of
by
Pinkerton
Olson from South
42.57,
was a meet
Laverne
record.
of Portsmouth 43.38,
Tell me any of those you can get.
McInerney of Pinkerton 43.66, and Fricker of Memorial 45.76.
That was a good race.
I've had a lot of meet records today.
Yeah, it does seem like it. Pretty good day for it.
Yes. So coming up next, we are looking at heat number 2. Again, there are 4 heats of the boys, 300-meter hurdles. In heat number 2, we've got Aiden of Alvern in lane 2. Lane 3 is Jason of South. Lane 4 is Joey of Alvern. Lane 5 is Aiden of Dover, and lane 6 is Tyler of Merrimack. Although it does not look like everyone is here.
So I think
I'm missing
Tyler
2 people.
in the outside going flying.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tyler is currently out in front. You're absolutely correct on that. Let's see if he can maintain this pace as he clips
the
it.
hurdle at the trail leg.
Second heat of the boys 300-meter hurdles.
Was able to recover on the next one well enough.
Yeah, still pretty good.
So again, Tyler of Merrimack on his home track.
Takes that heat.
He's going to go ahead and take that one. And he gets it in 45.71. Aiden 46.35 and Jason 46.43.
Still in the first heat.
Next up, heat number 3. Kyle of North in lane 3. Cameron of Co-Brown in lane 4. Cole of Sauhegan in lane 5. And Ann of Salem out in lane 6. We do have
Second
all
flight of
4
girls
guys
long
here.
jump. Please check in now. Second flight of girls long jump.
Pretty
please.
even on the first hurdle. Slight edge to Kyle. And this maintains pretty evenly. Cameron with a big move actually to get to that hurdle first. And he continues his surge as he is out in front. Cameron Lee of Co-Brown.
Is
Yeah,
there a
that's pretty
stagger
smooth.
on a 300? Or
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so just look at the hurdles. Whoever gets to the hurdle first, because the hurdles are all even distance.
Got it.
So right now we're looking at Cameron. We're looking at Cole. Cameron in red, Cole in yellow. Going to the last hurdle. Cameron over it first and crosses the line to take heat number 3. And Cameron Lee 44.48. Henderson 44.80. Kyle 45.95. And Ian 48.54.
Jamie,
Hi, Larry.
the clock runs, but the names never change. It's still on the boys' first heat.
Okay, we get to move on to our 4th and final heat of the boys' 300-meter hurdles.
Yep.
In heat number 4, lane 3, we've got Maxwell of Merrimack, Josh of Portsmouth, Julian of Pinkerton, and
Clock
Christopher
just started.
of South.
It'll time this heat fine, but the names just never change.
Pretty close right now between a couple of guys. Although that is Pinkerton now out in front, Julian.
Has it changed now?
It doesn't usually change until the event is over anyway, but it just, like I said, time is running.
So
although
Julian
it's
in the
less than
lead.
it'll change.
Josh kind of catching him. Josh passing him as Josh Kelly of Portsmouth.
Yep.
One more hurdle to go.
Over there, you gotta go outside though. Farther end. Thank you.
And that is Josh Kelly of Portsmouth taking it 47.28.
From Portsmouth 47.28. Martinez from Pinkerton 48.30. Norton from
Julian
Merrimack,
of Pinkerton, 48.30.
49.58,
Maxwell
and
of
Hogan
Merrimack,
South,
49.58.
51.47.
Hogan of South, 51.47. And with that, we get to clear the hurdles from the track because we are moving on to our
Hurdles off now,
800s.
guys. Hurdles off. We're done. Next on the track will be the girls' 800 meters.
This is also going to be a good race.
Yeah,
Hurdle crew,
I saw the
hurdles
top
off.
name, and that was a name I recognized. Oh, yeah, top few.
Is this the first time
800,
she's
there
run
are
this
2
year?
heats.
Because I have not seen
Yeah, I
anything from
don't
her so far.
seem to recall
So
seeing anything yet. I'm going to go ahead and predict that this one we will not see a meet record in.
So
yeah, I think
Isabel
that's safe to say.
Isabel McIntyre of Dover is our favorite on paper coming into it, 224.18.
I think she'll run 220 though.
Well,
At least.
220 would be good for second place in the state if she did actually run that.
Mhm.
Behind our hurdle expert over here.
I don't know, why are you the state leading the 800 if you're a hurdle expert? What's going on?
I don't know.
So again, top time in the state, Brianna Malone, 2:13.27, set at Black Bear. And then the next fastest would be Alana Hagan of Newmarket, 2:22.75. And Malone is predicting a 2:20, so this could definitely shake things up in the top ranks of New Hampshire. But to introduce all 10 girls in this first heat,
Oh, it looks like she's not even there. So that's so unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
well,
That would've been so
hopefully
good.
the fact that she was entered means that she is on the men's and close to recovery, but they made.
Looks like we're missing Paige too of Alvern.
So who is in this?
So 1-2 is the Pinkerton
Again,
girls,
this is the
Contessa and
first
Isabel.
heat of 2
Then we have
of the
Chloe of
girls'
Concord,
800
Clara of Exeter,
meters.
Anique of Dover, Ava of Alvern, Amber of Exeter, and Sophia of Alvern. So everyone seated really close together in this one. So this should be pretty
In this heat, the
interesting here.
seeded heat,
You could still see a
the
fast
top
time.
6 seeds
I think this
all
is going to
within
be
seconds of each
the
other.
first time for a lot of
So
these
should be
girls
really,
doing
really
an 800
close
this year. If you
Mhm.
look at kind of the top 10 list in the state and their seed times.
And as I alluded to before, the meet record for this event is
Whew.
2:07. So
Hannah Parker.
yeah, that's a tough one.
Okay, taking a look at the 300 mark.
Looks like
Clara.
Clara of Exeter out front, although pretty good group here. So
Yeah, Contessa moving up to her shoulder.
Halfway point.
And then Isabel on hers.
could really go any way here.
74,
Come through at, like,
75.
We got a few people running
2:30
way out and
pace.
towards the outside of lane 2, so it's not ideal. But
Yeah,
when
the-
if it's this tight, you sometimes have to because there's nowhere else to go.
So that was a 74.54 for Clara. Contessa 74.68. And again, some of
Somebody's
those,
taking it.
yeah, some of those hundredths don't really matter all too much in splits. Yeah, this is
Oh, never mind.
Quite a group.
Yeah.
this is a good group there. A 3-4 wide there out into lane 2.
Wow. You're speeding up.
It looks like Anique of Dover out front, followed by Chloe of Concord, looks like.
100 meters.
Yes.
Looks like we're going to have a pretty good negative split on this.
Yeah. That's actually impressive. Running
Yeah,
a negative
pretty
split in the
unusual
800.
for an 8, yeah.
So hard. Wow. She
Yeah,
actually
it's
might.
going to be really fast.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Nice
That's
job.
that's right up there in the top 2
Is
in
that?
the state.
Yeah. Did that because it was 222 is number 2. So what's the-
222.31 for Anique of Dover. And that will put her second in the state.
Okay.
Yep. Someone's taking notes over there.
Third is Crew from Pinkerton.
Taking a look at
225.90.
the
Fourth
whole
is Neff
list
from
of it.
Exeter, 226.80.
Who do we have?
Fifth is Silva from Pinkerton,
So Poulin of Dover 222, Gudis of Concord 223.88, Grew of Pinkerton 225.90, Nab of Exeter 226.8, Silva of Pinkerton 226.8, Martin of Alvern 231.87, Orleans of Exeter 232.61, and Berube of Alvern 237.07. So actually, that last lap was a 67
Wow.
split, which is
That's
really
good.
fast,
Yeah.
especially as your second lap. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, very.
So the top 5 in that heat, they all are on that top 10 list now in the state.
Yeah, and I would guess after running such a huge negative split there, you know, I think they could run even faster.
Faster, yeah, definitely.
Second heat of the girls 800. I have the results of the boys discus throw. In 6th place from Co-Brown Wheeler.
Looks like Sophia of
In 5th
Timberlane
place
taking
from
this one out,
Concord, Fritzenayer. In 4th place from Concord,
followed by Calla of
In
Nashua
3rd place
North
from
and
Albert,
Page of Co-Brown.
Bordeaux. In 2nd place from North, Smith. And the winner with a toss of 151 feet 11 inches from Co-Brown, senior Zachary Pistay.
Girls.
Pole vault's getting way up there.
Yeah.
Just glanced over there
Is
for a
that-
second.
Is that guys or girls?
That's girls. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Boys
So
800,
right
our
now,
vote is checked in.
coming up on
Boys
this first
800,
lap, I
if you
believe
have
this
it, you
is
should now.
Sophia of Timberlane.
Her split is going to be pretty close to what the first heat ran.
There are
Yeah.
going to be 2 heats of the boys, just like the girls.
Yeah, she's crossing a 1:16.24, or if you prefer, a 76.24. So
Yes.
that was Sophia out in front. Calla of North currently in second, or crossing in second, still in second, I should say. And she's up on the shoulder, looking to make a pass on this straightaway.
Yeah, she's going to take the lead.
Yep, she is out in front now. Again, that's Calla of North. Calla, Sophia, top 2 right there. Also in that mix, looks like Paige just moved herself into 3rd.
Finishing 100 of the
Yeah,
second
Paige
heat of
coming
the
up really
girls
strong here.
800.
She's going to move into second. Might catch first here.
Wow.
Yeah, she's closing
This
well.
is going to be really close. Yeah, I think she got it. Oh, great late surge there from Paige.
Murdoch from Co-Brown, 236.36.
So Murdoch, Co-Brown,
Gretzky from North,
236.36.
236.58.
Kala,
Sayers from
236.58.
Timberlake,
Sophia, 237.01.
Rosado Mars
Melina,
from Salem,
240.37.
240.37.
Mara,
Williams from Londonderry,
242.91.
242.91. And
Sophia,
Wasamac from Salem,
243.36.
243.36.
Megan, 243.65. Caitlin, 244.64. Catherine, 244.69. Riley, 247.23 to round out heat number 2.
At this time, I would like all girls in the 200 to check in at the clerking area. After you get your hip numbers in the clerking area, girls, you should go to the starting line of the 200, which is way on the other side of the track. Don't hang around in the clerking area. You should go to the start of the 200.
Next event on the track,
Two
boys
heats coming
800
in the
meter.
800.
You can see heat number 1 on the line now. 2 heats of this. In this first heat, we have Nathan of Exeter, Gavin of Exeter, Theodore Pinkerton, Nathan of Pinkerton, Benjamin Co-Brown, Clayton of Dover, Clifford from South, Jackson of Salem, Brody of Portsmouth, Micah of South, Aiden of Pinkerton. For our 11 boys on the track, fastest Seed time coming in was 1:59.18. We'll see if we can't get a couple of guys sub 2 today, and we do see.
That's Nathan out front.
Yeah, right off the bat, he's got a pretty big lead.
Yeah, he is going after it.
Mhm.
Followed by his teammate Gavin, and then Ben of Co-Brown, and then the two Pinkerton boys.
And then Clayton of Dover. See how deep we can go with it. But that is Nathan of Exeter out in front. Again,
That's
the
gonna be a
only guy
crazy first foot.
here today with a time under 2.
Yeah, so he goes through about 57. Everyone else, what, 59 there? It's like
like
for the
a
top of that pack.
154 pace.
Yeah, so 57.51 for Nathan. Teammate Gavin, 59.12. Ben of Co-Brown, 59.42. Theodore, 59.96 to finish up all the guys sub 60 in this first heat. First heat, first lap.
It looks like Nathan's fighting out front here. Keeps dipping the head a little bit. Typically a sign of intense pain, yeah. It's going to be a good race for second here. We got a good pack going.
Co-Brown's boxed in a little bit, it looks like.
Yeah, he's not in an ideal position there.
Nathan of Exeter going to go ahead and take this, and he will improve his time. Look like 158.94. That is an improvement for him.
Second was Binda from Pinkerton, 20081.
Second, Binda of Pinkerton, 20081. Third is Davis of Pinkerton, 20098. Fourth, Malark, Exeter, 201.16. Fifth, Robinson, Co-Brown, 201.57. Sixth is Johnson of Dover, 203.48.
On the track is the second heat.
Most of them improved their time.
Yeah, a lot of improvements there.
Final results of the girls 800. Sixth, Martin from Elburn.
Get to move on to heat number 2 of 2.
Fourth, Nab from Exeter. Third, Grove from Pinkerton. 3, Goodis from Concord. And the winner with a time of 2:22.
As these boys take off, we can take a look at it down the line. Wearing number 1 is Ben of Souhegan. 2 is Camden of South. 3 is Jeffrey of North. 5 is Joshua of Memorial. 6 is Ethan of Portsmouth. 7 is Stephen of Memorial. 8 is Owen of Merrimack. 9 is Jordan of Merrimack. 10 is Nathan of Merrimack.
In fourth place from North.
Yeah, this is a really tight heat. Looking at these heat times, we have 7 boys within 9/10.
Wow.
In the winner,
Is that Ethan out in front?
with a jump of 20 feet, 2
Portsmouth?
inches from Concord,
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Alan
Yes.
Twitt.
Followed by Jeffrey Maddock of North, and then
It's like
Josh of Memorial.
Here you go, couple girls.
looks like Concord didn't
Girls.
wasn't in it.
Go through in about a 63.
206 pace.
Boys in the 200 meters should check in at this time, please. Boys in the 200 meters. All 200 meter runners, after you get your hip numbers, please report to the start of the 200. But to get there, you're going to go around the track. You're not cutting across the infield.
So Joshua of Manchester Memorial moving up into first here, but then Ethan of Portsmouth right close on him. Those two have a bit of a gap to the rest of the group.
Who's in first? Memorial?
Yes, Joshua of Memorial. Though, looks like that's Ethan of Portsmouth coming up on his shoulder. And a big move from South. Not quite going to get there,
Not
but he was
close.
pretty close to stealing that win there.
That was Lance from
So Lance of Portsmouth running a 209.37. Brian of South 209.49. Forrest Merrimack 209.98. Susie of Manchester Memorial 210.01. Beauregard Merrimack 210.90. Gaudette of Sarhegan 211.79. Maddock of Nashua North 213.63. And Sugianto of Merrimack 214.91.
Moving on, next event on the track is our girls 200 meter.
Meters. In both girls and boys, there are 5 heats.
5 heats.
Starts on the opposite side of the track, finishes where everything else does, halfway around.
Who's in this first heat?
Nushka of Co-Brown, Caroline of Concord, Demaya of Dover, Janelle of Nashua North, Soraya of Nashua South, and Alexis of Merrimack. They are all within like a second of each
Yeah, that should be
other,
a
less
tight
than
heat.
that.
Yeah, Thomas of North currently holds time, second fastest time in the state.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet against Soraya, though.
No, Ross has a
Yeah.
history of doing pretty well.
And I don't, has she, well, she's on 4x1 probably, but she didn't run the 100, so. Not quite fresh legs, but
Yeah, I mean, her fastest time came a month ago, so I would
Yeah.
imagine that she'll probably be a little bit quicker today and might beat her seed time.
I think the top seed has possibly, did she already run the 100 and the 400? Possibly, I think. She definitely ran the 400.
Yeah. Yeah, she was in the 4. I don't remember about the 1, though.
Nope, never mind.
Not in the 1.
No.
Still, 400 would take a lot out of you.
Yeah.
Craig, you ever run the 400?
Oh, yeah. Wasn't my favorite.
You didn't have the record in the 400, though, right?
No.
Okay.
No, in fact, I didn't even get a season record for the 400. I was the second fastest guy on the team at the time,
Okay.
behind Brennan Roy. Shout out to him. He's coming up on 10 years married, which is very impressive.
Wow.
Yeah. Come in the fall. He's doing a little reunion for it, so it's exciting. Just tells you how old I am.
Yeah. How many years are you coming up on being married?
1. Fair start for our fast heat that looks a little bit absent.
This is the seeded heat
Yeah, there's only,
of the girls
Missing a couple?
200 meter.
You're missing
Anushka's
Shabda
not
and
here.
Best. So lane 1 and lane 6.
All right, right now it does look like Thomas of
yeah,
North.
Soraya coming up, though.
yeah.
She always finishes pretty strong. I think Thomas is going to hold on, though.
That was close.
That was Thomas from North,
Yep.
26-17. Ross from South, 26-23. Woodard from Dover, 26-88.
So
And
Thomas
Quirk
winning
from
that
Concord,
26-17,
28
Ross
flat.
26-23, Woodard 26-88, and Quirk 28-00.
Johnson from Dover. 5th place, Robinson from Co-Brown. 4th, Malark from Exeter. 3rd, Davis
So heat
from Pinkerton.
2, we have
Second,
Melina of Concord,
Bidda
Mia of
from
Nashua
Pinkerton.
South,
And the
Eva
winner
of Pinkerton,
for a time of
Iana of
1:15.94
Nashua South,
from
Hannah of
Exeter,
Pinkerton,
Junior Nathan
and
Bukowski.
Jordan of Manchester Memorial.
If you place in the top 6 in any event, you will receive an award. Awards are given out at the press box at the opposite end from where I am. I have no awards, so don't come to me.
All right. Heat number 2. Melina of Concord, Mia of South, Eva of Pinkerton, Ayana of South, Hannah of Pinkerton, and Jordan of Memorial.
Didn't I just do that?
Yeah, you did.
Just
Second heat,
emphasizing
girls 200.
dramatic
This one's a
effect and
full
such.
heat.
No one missing in this heat. You say that? No?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
no. Good work. Did you say fair start?
No. Did you say currently in the lead is Cruz of South, although Hannah of Pinkerton out in lane 5 making it interesting.
Yeah, I
might
think
have taken
she
it.
might have got that. And she
And
does.
she did.
So Sipal 26.48.
Cruz from South.
Cruz with a 26.59. Roberts 26.93. Quarter 27.14. Braswell 27.52. And Caceres 30.08.
So I just got word from our remote audio technician that Larry on the PA is coming through pretty well. So if we want
Okay.
to, we can take a break saying some times
Nice.
and just let him do it.
Our remote audio technician.
Yeah. Shout out to my wife.
Very remote audio technician.
About an hour away. All right, heat number 3 on the track. Lexia Memorial, Grace of Dover, Nora of Pinkerton, Natalie Coe-Brown, Martell of Exeter, Ella of Alvern. Did you already do that?
No,
No,
we
I didn't
actually
do
did
that
this
one.
time.
All right.
Did you say fair start?
No, that's our hurdle expert's job to do.
Oh, sorry. I'll try and remember for the next one.
All right, this one's pretty even here. Looks like
Slight edge right now to Martell.
with a little bit
Yeah,
of a
and she's
burst there
increasing.
at the end. Yeah.
Last 50 from her was the fastest. And she will go ahead cross first with a time.
McBride from Exeter, 27.57. Hudson from Alvern, 28.02. Prayal from Pinkerton, 28.14. Nikoku from Dover, 28.99. Sicard from Coe-Brown, 29.36.
I think a pretty good time here.
On the
It might
tracks
not
for
even
fourth
finish
heat.
up under the
Remember, there are
lights.
5 heats in the girls'
Yeah.
200. This is the fourth.
This meet last year ended right around 8 o'clock. I think javelin was still going on, so if that gives any indication. But heat 4, I'll let you do it.
Heat 4. I lost Heat 4. Heat 4. Sarah, Nashua North. Tiana of Nashua North. Iamide of Manchester Memorial. Kylie of Coe-Brown. And Harmony of Dover.
Fair start.
Nice.
My favorite is when you say fair start and then they call it back.
Yeah, you kind of
Oh,
have to
it-
wait a little bit.
It
Yeah.
is until it isn't, you know?
It's hard to tell, honestly.
Well, right now we do have Memorial out in front.
Yeah, she's got a big lead
Yeah.
here over the
Fourth heat.
first of 2 Nashua Norths.
First, Sani from Memorial, 27.48. Second, Brown from North, 28.44. Third, Campbell from Dover, 28.62. Prusia from Coe-Brown, 28.74. And Fry from North, 29.30.
There have been a lot of 27s
Fifth
tonight.
and final heat of the 200 for the girls, starting now.
All right, moving on to heat number 5. We've got 4 girls in it.
We have Emerson of Timberlane, Isabella of Timberlane, Madeline of Londonderry, and Reagan of Concord.
Somebody's blocking the camera.
Yeah, that's why we haven't been using that angle. It's zoomed in.
Got it.
Yeah. So, in case you're wondering what we're talking about, we do have a slightly zoomed in look at it. This
Yeah, it
camera
doesn't
is
really work too well for the stagger.
yeah, it's kind of set up
Mhm.
for the distance events where it's running lane 1.
Got it.
If anyone's watching and wanting to wander over there, although I guess 200s. Yeah, we've got guys still.
Fair start.
See, the fair start, it's like, if there's no false start, you get to say fair start. If there's pop, then obviously you wouldn't say it.
Yeah.
The issue I think we had was a distance event where someone falls, 15, 20 meters in.
Right. So then it's a fair start, but then it's
It's
gets
called
called
back.
back.
Yeah.
Because the
That's so annoying.
continuation. But right now, I believe that was Emerson of Timberlane taking that. We'll find out for sure from Larry Martin.
April from Timberlane, 2806. Westling from Concord, 2888. Johnson from Timberlane, 2923. And Plant from Londonderry, 2939. On the track is the first heat of 5 in the boys 4x200. All girls in the 3,200 meters should be checking in. All girls in the 3,200 meter should be checking in.
Yeah, so you don't really have the problem of like people tripping over each other in the 200.
Yeah, if there's, someone false starts, it's a false start. It's kind of straightforward with that. So, top seed in this is Samuel Jones of Salem. He currently holds the tied 4th fastest time in New Hampshire. But taking a look at the whole,
That's crazy. The meet record.
meet record, Domingo Cruz, 21.99 back in 2008. Unlikely to go down.
Yeah. Unless somebody has a whole second PR.
Yeah, that's another tough one.
Fair start in this heat we have.
Cole of Portsmouth, Matthew of Coe-Brown, Braden of Pinkerton, Samuel of Salem, AJ of Manchester Memorial, and Quinn of Concord. And it looks like we got Samuel of Salem out front. Got a bit of a gap, seems to be extending it too. It's going to
Looks
be
like
22.80.
2280.
I don't
Second,
think this guy
Corrigal from
showed up.
Coe-Brown, 2314. Third, Parker from Pinkerton, 2317. Fourth, Marino, Concord, 2346. And fifth, McLaughlin from Portsmouth, 2395.
So 22.80 for Jones is going to be good enough to break that tie between him and Ty Doro. So he will move into sole position, or sole possession of 4th place in the state.
4th.
Different.
Who's first?
Chris Stevens,
What's his time?
22.20.
Wow.
Brady Ash, though, he's been having a really good season
Yeah,
too.
that's-
He's in second with 22.30, and then
And Sanborn just moved down to D3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
all right, heat number 2 on the track, jumping around, getting ready for their blocks in
Yeah.
this heat.
This is the Nashua South Heat. We have Anthony of Londonderry, Stephen of Memorial, Ethan of South, Xavier of South, Michael of South, and Caden of Pinkerton. So a lot of purple in this one.
Guys on their marks.
South just seems to have a lot of sprinters.
Yeah. Yeah,
Set.
this looks like some of the girls' 100
Second
finals.
heat.
Fair start, no
It's
lane
all
4.
Nashua South. Although we're missing one Nashua South.
Ethan of South out there with Caden of Pinkerton. Caden looking like that number 1 spot is going to be his for this heat, as Caden of Pinkerton takes it. Heat number 2.
It's Michaud from
his wrap
Pinkerton,
there came a little
22.99.
apart.
Second is
Done.
Schneier from
He sneaks
South,
under that
23.41.
23
Third,
second.
Amaro from Londonderry,
Nice.
23.69. Fourth, Alizi from Memorial, 23.81. And Menez from South, 25.48 in fifth. That was the second heat. 3 more heats.
Now I just got to remember not to talk over Larry.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like he had some athletic tape on his wrist that started coming untaped there, and it's like a bit like a mummy running down the last 100.
Heard a rumor he was trying to use it like a sail and catch the wind, but I'm looking at a flag and there's absolutely no wind right now.
Wouldn't that slow you down?
Depends.
Oh,
Depends
if it
on
was
the
going.
direction.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
No, in this case, it ended up acting more like a parachute, which is kind of the effect you're thinking of. That's fair. heat number 3. In their blocks.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Set, but have them stand up. All right, we'll try this again. Boys backing into their blocks. Javelins flying through the air.
Oh, it's over that way now. Go around. Yeah.
Heat number 3.
Sorry.
Set. Fair start.
I have the results of the girls' pole vault. In 6th place from Salem, Rustin. In 5th place from Londonderry, Rappel.
Luke Peters,
In 4th
Nashua
place from
North,
Londonderry,
currently in first.
Fitzgerald.
Dover catching him, though.
In
That's
3rd
Caden.
place from Londonderry,
Caden making the pass.
Robinson. In
And
2nd
Caden's going to
place
go ahead
from
and take
Concord,
this one.
Muller. In the winner, with a jump of 10 feet 2 inches from Concord, Junior Kendall Barton. In that boys 200, Morganis from Dover, 23.74. Peters from North, 23.87. Zanini from Salem, 24.16. Reardon from Exeter, 24.22. Peters from Coburn, 24.22. And Plumley from Malvern, 25.26.
Why'd you ask about my 400 during the 200?
That's a good
Final
question.
results of the
remember.
girls'
I'm like,
200.
wait
There
a
was
second.
there was some sort
in
of
6th place from Pinkerton
segue there.
Roberts.
I don't remember
in
what.
5th place from
What it
Dover
was.
Woodard.
There was
in
a
4th
connection.
place from South Cruz. In 3rd
All right,
place
heat
from
number
Pinkerton
4.
Sapel. In 2nd place from South Ross. And the winner with a time of 26.17 from North, Janelle Thomas.
Oh, it's because Thomas ran the 400,
Oh,
Guys,
And
a
the
whole bunch of
200.
them down here.
and I was wondering
Girls.
if like you
fair
did that
start
double.
in this heat. We've got
Bunch-
Jackson of
bunches.
Concord, Emmanuel of Portsmouth, Princeton of Portsmouth, David of Salem, Martin of Memorial. Emmanuel of Portsmouth well out in front. Teammate Princeton catching him slightly, but not enough before the line.
That was Poe from Portsmouth, 23.85. Second, Daniel from Portsmouth, 24.30. Third, Borkush from Concord, 24.51. Gaspero from Salem, 24.61. And Alessandro from Memorial, 24.81. One more heat.
Fifth and final heat of the boys, 200 meters.
200. Then on the track will be the girls, 3,200 meters. Boys in the 3,200 can check in at this time, please. Boys in the 3,200 meter can check in.
In our fifth and final heat, we are looking at Batstone of Exeter, Taylor of Alvern, Jackson of Alvern, and Becker of Exeter. Exeter versus Alvern here. All four here. They are in their blocks. Set. Fair start. Exeter on the outside. Alvern in the middle. As they come onto the straight, stagger no longer a factor. We do see this is Becker out in front for
Fifth and
Exeter.
final heat, boys 4. Boys
Jackson
200
making a
meters.
slight push. Not quite enough to catch Becker, though.
That was Becker from Exeter, 24.41. Jackson from Alvern, 24.63. Batstone from Exeter, 24.84. And Taylor from Alvern, 25.01.
Next event on the track is our girls' 3,200 meter. We have one heat of 13 girls.
Oh, that's actually kind of a lot.
Seed times range from 11:20 to 13:15. And wow, first to second seed time is a pretty big gap as well. To introduce
50 seconds.
these 13 girls, we'll have our actual 3,200 meter expert here.
Okay. First seed is Sheldon Fisher of Co-Brown, Margaret of Dover, Allison of Dover, Anika of Nashua North, Sonia of Nashua North, Emily from Nashua South, Anna of
3,200
Dover,
meters,
Rebecca of Nashua
8
South,
laps.
Althea of Pinkerton, Caitlin of Nashua South, Samantha of Pinkerton, Georgia of Portsmouth, and Emma of Co-Brown.
I don't know where this goes, but it's not mine, so.
How you doing?
Not bad, how are you doing?
Okay.
Have you run a 32 yet this season?
I'm not planning on it.
No?
I did that during indoor, and we were all done with that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I thought we were starting at 4, and I have to be somewhere at 7, so.
Go.
Good time, dude.
Taking some strides.
Sheldon comes in with that 11:20. Good for third place in the state. Behind a couple of girls, familiar names from Oyster River, not in attendance tonight. I believe Bobcat Invitational on Saturday. My guess is
They
they're
hadn't
competing
been
there.
put in yet as of like this morning, so.
Intriguing.
Was Fisher all state 4 times? You remember? At least 3. I think I'd remember, wouldn't you?
Meet record here, Kelsey Smith, 10:50.70, set back in 2011. So Fisher about 30 seconds back of that based off of seed times.
Yeah, that's a pretty fast time. That's a good record there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going under 11 minutes in 32,
That's
that's
good.
pretty legit. Yeah.
I don't know. Did anyone go under last year? I don't know if anyone did the entire season.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often.
Everyone with their watches.
The girls
We had
3,200
a
meters.
couple years actually in a row
Top
where
seed in
people were
this
doing
event
it kind of
From
consistently.
Co-Brown
But
Northwood
Really?
Academy is a senior.
Do you
Sheldon
wear a
Fisher.
watch when you're running?
I don't
All-state
start it.
cross-country
Absolutely
several
not.
years
That is
in a
like,
row.
I don't know. Not during like a
Her seed
race.
time's
So I
11:20, almost a minute faster than the
I guess
next
during
seed
like
time.
cross country, I understand it. On the track, I don't as much, just because
Yeah.
there's a clock, and then if you're like, well, what about my splits afterwards? Most of
Honestly,
the timers in the state do splits.
Yeah. Or
honestly,
even
I
like
would
just
rather
have
it
someone.
in on the track than in cross country. I feel like
Really?
cross country, it's like out the window. Yeah, just because like I feel like the splits
And you don't feel like
don't
it like
matter at
start. It
all.
slows
Like,
your start.
I mean, I never wore my watch in track. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I feel like if I was going to pick one, I would rather wear it on the track than in
Mm-hmm.
cross country. But no, I never wore my watch in a single track race. I don't think.
Same.
Just because like I
Okay,
was
well, if
already
you were a
being
sprinter,
timed, but yeah.
then you would not
He
need
said
a
the
watch.
sprinter
That is
That
100.
might
Yeah.
slow me down in the blocks where you get your
Yeah.
hands kind of.
I feel like I'm probably a little bit more inclined to do it now with a GPS watch, just so like I
does
record
all
it.
the work
But like
for
in
you.
high school, I had like a Timex, so there
Everybody
was kind
needs
of no
to
point
add their
because it
races to
was-
Strava or
right.
whatever.
Like everyone wants to have it recorded, like
Mm-hmm.
on like Garmin or Strava or Chorus or whatever. But
400 meters in, it is Sheldon Fisher,
Yeah, it was low 80s there.
Mm-hmm.
83.
But yeah, I mean, when I was in high school, it was like it was a Timex, so like there was really no point in recording it. 'cause
Yeah.
there's a timer that is recording it. So
Yeah.
Also saw Margaret crossing in second, Allison in third, Anna in fourth for that 400-meter mark, and we can see that the top three really have broken off from the pack quite a ways at this point.
yeah, they are way out there. They're like what 60 meters up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say also like I think people get a little bit too focused on their watch and like the splits and stuff.
Like sometimes I'll see people doing it on like the final stretch, and it's
Yeah.
like you're almost there, just like
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you should just be running like all out anyways. Like
Mhm.
why do you have to check what time it is? Yeah. Yeah, I would say like maybe check the split like first lap, see where you are, except there's a giant clock there, so there's really no point. And
But
then
for some like small meets, I guess like there are no clocks.
Right, yeah.
So
yeah, if
that's
you don't
fine.
have timing there. But a lot of time
Coming
people
up
are
on the
yelling
800
at like splits at
meters.
you anyways. So
249,
um,
250, 251,
I feel like it's really not
252,
a benefit to be
253.
looking at your watch, and a lot of
Yeah.
times I would say it's actually kind of a negative thing. That's kind
You're
of
like stopping
slowing you
your
down.
arm swing,
Right.
and it's like I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing, but I feel like that would slow you down.
Fisher with an 86 on that lap, pacing at an 84, 85 really. Margaret again crossing in second. She ran a 87, and then Allison with a 90. Do you go 90?
90, yeah.
Yeah.
What, do you want to go a minute and 30 seconds?
I don't know.
90, yeah.
I'm learning the rules as I go.
It gets a little hard once you get
To like a
to
minute
100.
40,
yeah.
you can't
Then
anymore.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I will say I was fortunate enough to
Not
never have that
not
as
that
a
slow.
split. So,
Yeah.
yeah, because that would have gotten really confusing. I don't know what you
Because if
do.
you start saying like 110, then you might think it's a minute and 10.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or is it, is that like
Can see a pretty big
150?
pack there.
Is that 150? I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, so Fisher
Definitely extending. the lead.
has right now about 130 on the main
I have
pack
the
here.
results
Is an
of the
85.
boys' triple jump. In sixth
So
place
she is
from
averaging
Dover,
85.
McGinnis.
Very consistent.
In fifth place from Pinkerton, Harrington. In
Margaret
fourth
with a
place
90.
from Memorial, Rivera.
So that's
In
what,
fourth
exactly
place
11:20
from
pace.
Londonderry, Gannon. In second place from
What did she run at
Exeter,
Bobcat?
Kirsten Gallier.
Was it like high
And the winner
1120s?
With a jump of
Or
42
11:30.
feet,
Bobcats
4
on
inches.
Saturday?
Not Bobcat.
From Nashville,
Black Bear.
North,
Sorry.
senior
Fisher
Jack
Black Bear was an
Sullivan.
11:33.
Okay.
The boys' scores after 13 events. Pinkerton 68, Coburn 50,
Yeah, so I mean, she's
Portsmouth,
running
35,
completely solo, which
Nashville
obviously
South
is not
35,
super
Nashville
helpful.
North 35.
But I think at some point she might start picking up lap traffic, which even though you do have to go around to the outside, I think it is helpful just to have somebody in front of you that you're trying to kind of hunt down.
Yeah, she's got
Sometimes it's
150
nice though,
meters.
honestly, to just like
200
run your own
dash.
race.
Yeah.
In
I don't
sixth
know.
place,
did
Maybe
hit
for
a
something this long that
Concord.
would be hard, but
87
In
there,
fifth
so
place,
slowed down a little
Snyder
bit.
from South. Fourth place,
but still in the range.
Parker
Margaret
from
with
Pinkerton.
a
Third place,
95.
Corvo from Co-Brown. Second place,
I
Michaud
think
from
it is
Pinkerton.
just good in a race
And
this
the
long.
winner with a time of 22.80.
Kind of, if you have somebody
from
running your
Salem,
kind of goal pace that's
senior
like in front
Sam
of you,
Jones.
and you can kind of just like let them do all the work and worry about like pacing and stuff, and just sit right behind them
That's true.
and just kind of zone out.
Okay, girls, got more.
Because if you're running it solo, like you're probably just in your head a little bit too much, thinking
That's
about
true.
how it hurts and you want to slow down.
Literally me during workouts.
Yeah. And also, like, obviously, aside from just motivation to run a certain time, there's not really anything to make you not slow down because you're not, like, really racing anybody.
You
So
just have to think about getting to the end. The faster you run, the faster it's over.
yeah.
That can be your motivation.
Fisher comes across again. That lap, 89. So her overall pace now an 86.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, this theory is supported by the fact that, like, when you do have really competitive races, typically the times are better than when
Faster,
people
yeah.
run it solo. Even if like they are in theory capable of running a certain time,
Mhm.
like a lot of times you're not going to run it solo.
Yeah.
Just because, kind of racing people gets like the most potential out of you.
Yeah, I mean, you can think back to her best time of the season. She was up against Cook and Kavanaugh.
Right.
Mhm.
I mean, that's one nice thing about those two is like they
They
race each other
always
all
have
the
each
time.
other.
Yeah.
That I didn't even think about that.
So I mean, that's pretty
so
helpful.
Nice. Yeah.
Even just like a practice, like not even in
Mhm.
races, but like workouts and stuff. Like it's helpful to have people
Mhm.
that like you're working out with and kind of have like a healthy like competition with, and you're like pushing each other
Yeah,
basically every day.
I think we see that a lot with distance, and especially those who are pretty strong at distance. Is just they have a workout buddy who usually is pretty good. That certainly can factor in. I know, even coaches or volunteer coaches named DeLuca have helped out with pacing duties and workouts before for athletes.
I try to.
Yes.
Some of those co-round boys are a little bit faster than me, but
Oh, I was thinking, didn't you feel like you've helped the girls team before too, right?
yeah. I mean, I've paced Sheldon in a lot of her workouts this year. I paced Addison Cox through a lot of her high school career.
Just
Just because, I mean, those two especially, like, were kind of by themselves,
Yeah.
you know?
I will say I don't actually. You know what? When I was coaching, I did pace in the 300 hurdles quite a bit.
What?
I've never heard of that
Yeah.
before.
What?
Yeah, I'd help with steps and form in between, and just so like I wouldn't do hurdles. They would. I'd run alongside and
That's
give
cheating.
give cues. Not during meets,
So-
Davio. Not during meets. That is frowned upon and
No,
not
I meant
allowed
you not
during
going over the
meets.
hurdles is
Oh.
cheating.
I'm not a hurdler, so.
Did you run? Oh, I was gonna say, did you run 300 hurdles?
I did it once or twice, enough to know that I didn't like it.
Okay.
I thought you did hurdle. You didn't hurdle?
I was quick in, so the 110 I would do. I was quick in between, which helped, but beyond that, I wasn't good. My hurdle form was not hurdling. It was.
I feel like it would be
High jumping.
easier, like if you weren't a hurdler, to do the 300 hurdles because there's so much space in between. It's not necessarily about like your steps.
Right.
Unless
So
that's
the
alive,
the
but-
issue is, or the issue I had is, it is excruciating.
Yeah.
It's similar to like an open 400, and I would say worse.
Wow.
So it is right at the ceiling of my ability anyway.
300 meter hurdles,
Mhm.
worst race in the entire
Yeah.
Yeah.
300 hurdles
Especially the
really
last one right
hurts.
away with the wind coming at
Yeah, just
yeah.
heard it from Larry Martin. Worst race is
Yeah.
the 300 hurdles.
And then,
so.
once you bump up a level, like the 400 hurdles,
Yeah, in
that's-
college.
that's pretty much the general consensus is that it's like one of the hardest, if not the hardest event that you can do.
But
Anyway.
people will run it like not much slower than they would run a regular
Yeah,
400.
it is incredible.
That's crazy.
All right, Sheldon, coming up on the final stretch here.
Nice.
She's a little bit off her goal pace, which I think is probably a product of what we talked about, where she's just kind of running by herself.
Alone. It's also late. I don't know if that affects everyone, but
Yeah, it is an odd time
Yeah.
to race, yeah. Especially like a lot of the bigger races are, weekend mornings, say.
mhm.
So she finishes up right around that 11:44 mark. Actually, 11:43.86 for Fisher. Or is that like a 88 pace?
I don't know.
Yeah, 88.
Oh, there's some screeching.
Oh, some little bit of a surge there for North.
First was
So
Sheldon
who is that?
Fisher from Colorado.
Spuler
She
of
was
Dover just
11:43.86.
finished in 12:18.
Second was Spuler from Dover, 12:18.81. Third was Kowski from North, 12:21.93. Fourth, Bortz from Dover, 12:24.12.
So I'll keep getting some girls wrapping up. Right now, can see that is South Emily.
Fifth, Melendez from South, 12:52.49. And sixth, LeBlanc from Pinkerton, 12:54.31. Reminder, athletes, if you're in the top 6 in your event, you receive awards. Awards are given out in the press box, but not from me. You're way down to the end of the press box, the other end from where I am. Also, the concession stand is still operating. There are shirts for sale, all kinds of food. They accept cash, credit cards, Venmo, Apple Pay.
I will say it's not too bad weather for the 3200, considering how
Yeah,
hot it
cooled
was
down a little
today.
bit.
Sun went down and it cooled off
69.
a little bit. Yeah, that's not bad at all.
You know, if I think about it, I did actually.
In the 4
I've
by
paced a number
400
of
meter
distance
relay
kids too in some of their speed
should check in
workouts.
at this time. All
Really?
girls
Yeah.
What, like 400s?
in the 4 by 400 meter relay.
More like
should
I
check
would
in at this time.
pick up like a 200 meter and their
Okay, yeah.
400 type thing. I would do that. I think you and I did that once where we traded on and off.
Probably.
We did that at the UNH facility,
Yeah.
outdoor facility. for
I've
a
done that.
workout.
Wait, why are they tearing up the UNH track?
There was a drainage issue, so
Oh.
it was basically deemed unsafe because essentially
It
it was
would
like
pool up.
kind of like a sinkhole under the track.
Oh, great.
So not an actual
This might
sinkhole, but that
be
was the effect that was
the
created
featured
because of the
race
drain.
tonight.
So
Mhm.
Yeah.
they're tearing it up, redoing
In the
it,
boys,
which is why we're not
3,200
doing
meter field,
states
there are
there this
6
year.
athletes
Got
Um,
it. Is it usually?
that were all state in cross country this
So
past fall.
pre-COVID, we
So 6
had
of
it
these
there
runners
for
were
a couple of
all-state in
years.
cross country.
Um,
They're all facing off
I
now
think
on the
last year I don't know if they were allowing us back in. No, they still
Got it.
weren't at that point because we didn't have. Yeah, we didn't have indoor last year, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
So-
no.
All right, here we go, boys.
Oh, there's a lot
3,200
of
meter.
them.
Looks like 18.
Might be
Who's in this?
a lot of people.
We have Tyler of Co-Brown, Ryan of Londonderry, Cameron of Merrimack, Nikhil of Co-Brown, Matthew of Exeter, Daniel of Nashua South, Dante of Nashua South, Spencer of Exeter, Wesley of Concord, Crowell of Portsmouth, Finn of Pinkerton, Owen of Memorial, Tristan of Merrimack, Kyle of Manchester, Ethan of Dover, Aiden of South, John of Salem, Liam of Co-Brown.
That's it.
Oh.
He's not in it.
No, we lost.
not start.
Avery and Liam did not start.
Meet record 9:28. Justin Carbone of Exeter back in 2015. Top seed is Tyler Kazik. Comes in with a time of 9:38. This is kind of an interesting meet
results of the
too,
girls,
just because it
3,200
follows the
meter.
same week or weekend
Sixth
as
place,
Lauk's
LeBlanc from
Games,
Pinkerton.
where Aiden Cox is
Fifth,
competing this
Melendez
weekend.
from South.
So that is why we haven't
Ports from
seen
Dover was in
him yet
fourth.
today.
Bukowski from
Yeah, there's a
Dorp was
couple
in
of people I think
third.
that are
Spiller
running
from Dover was in
races
second.
today
The
and going
winner,
down to Lauk. So
11:43
Yeah,
from
I know
Co-Brown,
Aiden is doing
Sheldon Fisher.
2 mile and the mile, so probably makes sense
Scores.
not to.
right, yeah, he's doubling at
Scores
Lauk.
after
So
13 events in the girls.
So interesting. I look at the top 10 list
Coming
for
up on
the
400
3200.
guys.
So Tyler is our top guy in this. He's
66,
5th in the state.
67, 68,
Real reason I bring it up
69,
is 9 of the
78.
top 10 times all happened at one meet.
Really?
Scores in the
Black
girls
Bear.
Black Bear.
after
Yeah.
13 events.
Wow.
Concord.
There were like
66,
so many fast people in that
Pinkerton,
race, so it's like
65.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
I mean,
pretty
when you get
crazy.
dragged
North,
out to what 9:02 or something, then
Aiden,
that
Yeah.
Aiden has a 9:02 there.
36.
So
And South,
on this first lap, that was
34.
Cameron of Merrimack taking it in number 1. He had a 71 for a split, followed by Kazik with a 71 and Chavda with a 71.
So what's
Fortin
that?
with a
That's about
71.
9:28 pace.
Dante
As
71.
results
Wesley
of the
71.
boys' Shot put in 6th place from
So 6
Co-Brown
guys all grouped
Warner.
up there, and we can kind of see that spread now on the track.
In
Although
fifth
that's
place
7
from
guys in
Portsmouth,
frame.
Hazari.
Are there lights in here? Are there lights?
Yeah, so I will say Kazak's seated
Looks like
at
there's a light switch right there.
what,
But I
9:30
don't know what that
something.
is.
In fourth
Yeah,
place
9:38.
from Merrimack, Zachariah. In
I
third
think
place
he's
from
probably looking to
Coram
run
Bistay.
probably closer to
In
9:20
second
today.
place from Binghamton and Chick. And the
9:20?
winner from National
9:20, I
North
think.
with
Yeah.
a
Isn't the
great
top
toss of
seed
50
time
feet 8 inches. Only a
9:40?
sophomore, Darius Smith.
Or am I wrong? on
Yeah,
that?
no, that's correct. Is
Yeah.
he seated at what, 9:38? I said.
Yeah.
9:38. Yeah, but
But he wants to run 9:20.
yeah, and I think he can. He's already
cool.
run what? He ran like 15:30 or something in a 5K this year.
Oh wow.
15:40.
Okay, girls, couple more.
Wait, are you talking about Tyler or Nikhil?
Tyler.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Nikhil.
Oh, no.
Okay. Got it.
Did I say Nikhil?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, yeah, no, not Nikhil.
Got it.
Nikhil, I think, can still run pretty fast.
Yeah.
He can run 9:30 something. So we got a good pack up front here, though.
Yeah.
Tyler leading the
Whoa.
way. Then we got Cam Fredette of Merrimack. Fortin's in there. Nikhil, like we talked about. And then I think Castellano is at the back of that pack.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Castellano and Byrne are right there. And then Wesley Thompson also not too far off before there's a pretty decent gap. So this should be good. I think Tyler's going to kind of pull these guys out a little bit. So it'll be nice to have all these guys in a nice group. You know, the exact opposite of what we saw with Sheldon.
Yeah.
So you know, they should help them run a decent time. So Kazik and Fredette with a little bit of space over
Not much though.
Fortin, but yeah, pretty much still this tight pack.
Coming
You
up
see
on the
Castellano tuck in
1600
a little bit. He's kind of running
halfway.
out in lane 2.
Great lead group. 448, 449,
So they go through in
450 for the
450.
lead group.
4:50.18, good for 72. Kazik keeping that average pace of a
That is like
72.55.
so consistent.
Yeah, they're running pretty smooth here. So it should be interesting. I feel like he's probably going to want to pick it up here because
eventually.
that's what,
Yeah.
940 pace,
Yeah.
which is not really what this
What he
top
was
pack
looking
is going
for.
for. You know, I think most of the guys in this top pack here could probably run at least in the 930s. We'll see if they have a negative split in them.
I think it stopped updating.
That
Yeah,
one
definitely
was a
starting to cool off.
70.9 for that last lap. So that was.
So they are picking it up.
Yeah, that's their fastest lap so far.
That one was really? That's
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Kazik pushing a little bit.
Can see he does have a stride length out on them.
Yeah, he's got Fortin and Fredette hanging on to the back of him. So yeah, like I said, I
He
think.
looks like he's running so fast because his stride looks so short.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting to look at like the different cadences, and it makes people look like they're running different paces, but they're staying at the same place. We got Fredette going up on the outside of Fortin here. I think he's gonna probably tuck in behind Kazik there. Although, he looks like he's going to go right to the lead. Yeah, both of them are going to go by. All of a sudden,
Yeah.
Kasich,
Looks like he's hurting a little bit.
something happened there.
Coming up on a mile and a half. 7:12, 7:13, 7:14.
Yeah, I think Kasich's not
Yeah.
going to finish this one. He does not look like he's in good shape.
Yeah, that was very sudden.
Yeah.
So now we got Fortin in the lead. Seems like he actually put on a little bit of a surge there. Because Fredette is now, what, 10, 15 meters behind him.
Who's in second? Who's in the second? Is that
Yeah, Cameron.
So yeah, Fortin now with a healthy lead just over that last lap. They did run a 73.6 through that last
Ryan Fortin
400.
from Londonderry. Cameron Fredette from Merrimack.
So a little bit slower.
Tyler Kayix.
No, I think he dropped
So
out.
he goes through 827.
I just saw the short.
So probably going to run just under 940, maybe 935-ish.
At the finish line right there, there's a bunch of people around.
You can see Fortin continues to kind of reel guys down.
Yeah, Fredette's actually getting caught here too. Looks like
Nikhil having a
Shavda,
good- Good kick.
he's surging pretty good here because he was a little bit off the back there for a while, but he's having a great second half of this race. So he's actually closing on Fortin a little bit. I think the gap is a bit too much to make up at this point, but
100 meters.
but he's coming though.
Honestly, I don't think that's too. Actually.
Yeah, no.
Fortin's got
Fortin's
enough.
gonna take this.
Yeah. But still good time for both of them.
Ryan
probably.
Fortin from Londonderry.
Yeah, so he'll run.
940-ish.
Yeah, right around there. Nikhil runs about a 943.
Oh,
Ryan
939.
ran
for Ryan Fortin.
9:39.84.
Fortin.
Second was Tavda from Co-Brown, 9:42.58. Castellano from South, 9:46.33. Fourth was Fredette from Merrimack, 9:49.27. Fifth was Meehan from Exeter, 10:05. And sixth was Byrne from South, 10:08.82.
Yeah, so that should be a PR for Fortin.
It's a PR from Nikhil.
Yeah, Nikhil got, what, a 7-second PR. Castellano with a big PR. He went from 10:06 to 9:46. That was a great race for him.
20 seconds.
So pacing duties done by Kasich, who unfortunately had to drop out and is currently being attended to. I can tell you the first person to him, I think, actually was the trainer or his dad, who was also a coach for Co-Brown. They're both pretty quick to be on the scene there.
Yeah, it did seem like something was a little bit off with him. Just
Yeah,
as,
you could tell he started leaning forward more and more, and
yeah, and just the pace as well. Like, you know, is not typically what he'd be going out in. So seemed like he was feeling it.
but looks like we do have all the guys in, which means we get to move on to our next event. Next event on the track will be our girls 4x400 meter relay.
There are 3 heats in this.
3 heats of girls.
It's the last event of the day.
So in this first heat, we will have a Portsmouth, Merrimack, Pinkerton, North, Exeter, and Concord.
Ryan Fortin from Londonderry, please report to the press box when you get a chance.
It looks like Tyler is up and walking around over, heading back to the tent, so it's good to see.
So Nashua North has the fastest time not only in the heat, but also in the state. I've said that a lot today. And what else have we said today? Where did they get it for 4x4?
Clipper Relays.
Clipper Relays.
Got it. Yeah, so they come in with a 4:08.91 from Clipper. Exeter, next fastest team in this heat, also got it at Clipper, the 4:10.09. Pinkerton, third fastest heat in this heat. They got it from
Clipper Relays.
There you go. And then the next fastest time is Merrimack, fifth in the state, earned at Clipper. Also do have Concord. They have a faster seed time than Merrimack, but have yet to run it this season.
I have the results of the
Never run a
boys
4x4?
So they
3,200
have,
meters.
but different
sixth
combination
place
of people.
from
So I think they ended up
South
putting
Durham.
themselves with a
In
faster
fifth
seed
place
time.
from
Right,
Exeter,
okay.
I'm going to give them the
Maine.
benefit of the
In
doubt and say
fourth
that
place from
that was
Merrimack,
what they did,
Florida.
but
In third place from
yeah, they have a
South Castellano.
4:19.36
In
for
second
10th
place
in the
from
state.
Coburn,
They entered
Savda.
4:15
And
even.
the winner with a time of 9:39.84 from Londonderry, senior Ryan Horton.
But I would say that the time
I
when
have
they
the
did run that
results of the
4:19,
girls'
it was
high jump.
without Doherty, and I'm curious if she's
There
going to
was
be
a
on this
tie
one.
for fifth between Primer of
Said her
Souhegan
name a few times
and
today.
Gregoire of Londonderry.
Yeah, she's entered.
In fourth place
the,
was Mickelson from
Start
Concord.
list.
In third place from North was Okori. In second place from Concord was Goulet. And the winner from Pinkerton with a jump of 5 feet 4 inches, senior Jordan Wheaton.
5 of the top 10 times for the girls
Girls
4x4
scores
run at Clipper.
after
Again,
14
just
events.
showcasing
Concord
if you want to have a
78,
fast relay
Pinkerton
time, it's not bad to go to a relay meet
North
where that can be your
69,
emphasis and you're not worried about an
36,
individual doing
South
an individual
34.
performance.
Yeah, it is. It is
Makes
nice
sense.
because there's not really any other opportunity to just run a relay unless you just go to a meet specifically to run a relay, which typically you're not going
Right.
to do.
Right, I mean, there'll be times where it's like, you know, if you have a Thursday meet like this, maybe you're focused on your individual stuff, and then you have another meet Saturday, just your relay team goes to. Sometimes you see stuff like that as well, but I would say that the meet designed for relays makes the most sense to run a fast relay. As heat number 1 takes off, again, we're looking at Portsmouth, Merrimack, Pinkerton,
I
North,
have the
Exeter,
boys'
and
scores
Concord.
After 15 events.
All right, I'm just going to call out, just because this was funny, in our second camera here, I just saw somebody record their stride on their watch.
42,
So
and
everything's got to go on
Londonderry
Strava, even if it's a
39.
stride.
Of course.
Could have been for another reason.
Now you can have it now that you're not here.
It's getting a little bit dark out there, harder to see who's in what lane. This does look like Portsmouth from lane 1 might be. Nope, I lied, see. Merrimack in lane 2, looking pretty good. Same thing with Concord out in 6. We do have Concord with a slight edge going into this handoff. However, looking at the handoffs, it's a 3-turn stagger, which means we're still working on making up that stagger. So I go back to Merrimack. I'd say they are in the lead on their home track 3-turn stagger. After this turn, there will be
In
a
this race,
break
they have a
line of
3-turn
cones. They will
stagger,
cut
which
in
means
there.
the second runner
3-turn
will stay
stagger,
in
we
their
see that
lane
at
until they
States
get
as
on the
well.
opposite
Good
side of the
practice
track.
for these
They'll be
ladies.
cutting in right about now.
And see,
So
they
the
get
first
to
runner
those
stays in
cones
their
there.
lane,
It's like
the second
Portsmouth coming
runner
up on
stays
her
in
pretty
their
well,
lane
though.
all the way around the corner.
Yeah,
Gonna
right.
go around the
right
outside.
on.
Oh, around the inside, actually. Or try to. Looks like she got cut off a little bit there. That's why you don't try to pass on the inside.
Yeah, a lot of times it doesn't work.
Yeah.
does sometimes, though. It's
Sometimes
always
it does.
surprising when it does.
Sometimes it does.
But coming off of this turn, still
But
Merrimack in the lead.
Concord.
However, Concord with a huge surge. Again, that might be why their seed time is a little bit quicker than what they have coming
Yeah.
into it. Concord over
goes
Portsmouth.
Right with her, though.
Portsmouth going to make this nice and even for this handoff. Concord with the inside track. Portsmouth with the slight edge. Portsmouth gets the handoff first.
And Concord with a much smoother handoff, though.
I think I might have mixed up my maroon teams there, but
Concord now in first. Portsmouth second. Is that correct? Yes.
Yeah.
I talked myself out of it. I don't know.
No, it is. It's Concord in first, Portsmouth second.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
go with that.
It is. It is.
Everyone's catching
not-
up though.
Not for long.
All right, now it's Exeter.
Exeter in second. Exeter right on the shoulder of first.
Yeah, good job there by Concord to hold her off, though, on the turn.
Concord, Exeter.
Pinkerton with a pretty good
Pinkerton.
surge here.
Thank you.
So coming on to this straightaway, we have Concord, Exeter, Pinkerton, Portsmouth, North, and
Concord's way out now.
Merrimack.
A lot of slow handoffs though.
Yeah, Pinkerton's was decent, actually.
So Concord's putting together a really good
This
time
is
right
the
here.
seeded heat of the girls 4x400.
Because this is the last leg?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the seed? 415?
Seed is 4:15, but that was a made-up time because they didn't know what to
Right.
put. And we can see why right here. They've got about 10 meters on second. Second is Exeter. Third is Pinkerton for now. We'll see if they can make a pass here as they try to. So very close battle for second right now. Pinkerton making the move over Exeter. Concord still well out in front. Doesn't look like they're going to be caught, although Pinkerton is looking to close that gap. Concord, less than 100 to go, will end up taking this one. Concord, Pinkerton,
Oh, that's a
Exeter,
fast time, too.
North, Portsmouth, and Merrimack
Yeah,
in
that's
that
a really
order.
good time.
Yeah.
Concord finishes
406.
406.
It was
Official time 406.59 for Concord.
less than a second from the meet record.
Pinkerton 408.48, Exeter 409.57, North 410.42, Portsmouth 410.98, and Merrimack 412.55. Yeah, that was close to the record, second or so off, but yeah, so Concord, whose best time coming into it 4:19, moves to 4:06, so they go from 10th in the state to number 1.
Wow. Nice
good.
job, guys.
And they ran it not at Clipper.
That's a first.
Was Concord at Clipper?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody was at Clipper.
All right, heat number 2 now taking the track. In our second heat, we are looking at Coe-Brown, Salem, Dover, South, and Alvern. This is heat 2 of 3. Top seed time in this belongs to Dover with a 4:21.27.
There's a lot of teams at Clipper. There's also a mosquito in here.
Ew.
Metal? Oh, just give me, what do you want? Go ahead, Matt. No problem. Thank you for doing that. Metal, gotta go the other side. Yeah, but you can't go through that. Just the other stairway. I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Not quite sure what
The holdup is.
holdup is, but should get going pretty soon. Davio pushing buttons he shouldn't be.
Oops. I was trying to wipe all the dust off.
Not the first time.
That's a
Started
very fancy
screwing
keyboard.
everything up. Whoops. Just stop hitting buttons.
That's all right. Yeah, I'm still looking around. I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I don't know. What's going on? I'll see. We got to
All right, here we go. First command given. I see a gun in the air.
A couple people doing the 3200 4x4 double. That's always a rough one.
Oh my gosh. Who's doing that?
I see Fisher down there.
I would be crying if I were her right now.
Well, it looks like we only have 3 of the 5 teams here.
I did that at this meet, actually.
Really?
Yeah. I wasn't supposed to, but I literally, came across the line in the 2 mile, fell on the grass, and the 4x4 team was
my
waiting there,
goodness.
and they only had 3 people, and they were like, hey,
Nice.
you're our 4th.
Oh my gosh.
So we
That's
have
terrible.
Alvern on the left side of the screen. They're in the maroon. That blue team is Salem, and Co-Brown is the red. Again, we are looking at a 3-turn stagger, so still kind of hard to tell, especially when we're looking at lanes 2, 3, and 6. No 4 and 5 to help us gauge where everyone's at.
Remember, lead runners will stay in their lane. Second runner will stay in their lane all the way out to the
32
other
to
side.
4x4, maybe a hard double, but I will forever stand by the fact that the 400 and
I have the
800
results
is the
of
hardest
girls'
double.
discus.
Yeah.
In 6th
I think
place
4x8
from
to high
Pinkerton
jump
Woods.
is, but I'm biased.
In
What?
5th place from Souhegan, Primer.
Field events, actually, I
In
don't
4th
understand
place
how
from
people do field
Co-Brown,
events
Premier.
and running events because it's
In
so
3rd
stressful
place
to
from
like
Pinkerton
have to
Trask.
check out and go
Yeah.
to,
In
and then
second
go
place
back.
It does get really complicated
Yeah.
sometimes.
And the winner
Trying to
with a
get
toss
all
of
your jumps or all your
125
throws in
feet,
and like
3
check in for
inches
running events.
from
And, like,
Pinkerton,
And like the field events kind of
senior
take a lot out of
Brianna
you.
Dennis.
They certainly can. As can an 800 if you're going from 800 to high jump when you're not an
All
800
right.
runner.
Fun fact, I actually did high jump
Girls
my freshman and
scores
sophomore year.
after
How'd that go?
15 events.
Not well.
no?
Do you know your PR?
Concord,
Like 4-4.
92. I'm sorry. Pinkerton 92. Concord 78. North 77.
I think my high jump
Co-Brown,
PR is like
40,
4.8 or
and
something.
Dover
from-
and South
Okay.
both
Decathlon, yeah.
34.
I
Oh,
don't
so
know.
you only did it once then.
Yeah. Yeah, it was not pretty. I made opening height though.
Okay,
so
that's
that was
good. That
I
counts for
I
something.
made opening height in that and pole vault, which I was really proud of.
Yeah, that is really impressive.
That was
See-
pretty much my goal.
Alvern passing off, and then a close battle between Salem and Co-Brown.
Yeah, they ran what about a 75 I think for that first split. For Alvern out front. Actually, I might have done my math wrong. Now I have
Probably
to look at
says
the
it
actual
on
split,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Because I probably screwed that up.
Oops.
Oh, we don't have splits.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll
That's
go with
weird
my
that they
bad
would
math.
not do splits for a
So
relay.
it's because it's a 3-turn stagger. You
Oh.
can't get it, so then
Oh.
all the times are skewed.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Well, it's closed up a little bit between our first 2 teams. This lap, we're now looking at Alvern and Salem, 1 and 2.
Pass it down.
Alvern handing off first, Salem right behind.
Yeah, Salem had a good leg to close that up.
Co-Brown handing off, passing the finish line now. You can see that gap for Alvern increasing again in our final leg.
Poor Sheldon.
At this point, is it more of a workout?
Yeah,
I
probably.
guess so.
I feel like the 3200 is enough of a workout. Come
Yeah.
on. Gotta throw you in the 4x4 too.
Again, this is heat 2 of 3.
Second heat, girls 4x400.
Finishing up now. It is going to be Alvern, followed by Salem, then Co-Brown. Alvern takes that one. The time,
That was
4:28.63.
4:28.63. Salem 4:31 flat. Co-Brown 4:47.19. Next up is the third and final heat of the girls 4x400.
All right, third and final heat for girls. Last event of the day for the girls. We are looking at Souhegan, Memorial, Londonderry, and Timberlane. I see at least 3 of those teams. I think I see all 4. Yeah, should be all 4 here. All right, so as we wait for them, we've seen a number of meet records today. Can we remember what meet records we saw?
4x1. That's all I got.
All right.
Okay, wait, no. If I,
What was the question?
hang on.
What meet records did we see today?
Okay.
Oh, that's a good one.
Did we get a 100-meter hurdles, girls? I think. Pretty sure on that one. That 4x1.
That was a meet record.
300 No, because that was Sydney Lavelle. Okay.
We did get a 300 hurdles, didn't we?
No, we didn't, because it's
We didn't?
Sydney Lavelle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I remember were those 2.
Well, we've had more than that, but right now we do have our final heat of the girls 4x4 on the track. Again, teams we're looking at Souhegan, Memorial, Londonderry, and Timberlane. 3-turn stagger, so it'd be super hard to see who is where until we get there. However, we can already see Londonderry.
Boys 300 hurdles.
Oh. I think you're right on that one.
Oh, here comes Memorial, though. Memorial with a huge surge to finish this one off. 100 meters or so to go for the first leg. And they're on the inside. They've already made up this stagger. So Memorial out to a big lead. Timberlane with the handoff. Londonderry and Souhegan passing the stick. Memorial still out there, though. They get to the break line first. Memorial, Timberlane, Londonderry, Souhegan.
A little bit brighter in the corners here than at Portsmouth, at least.
I'd say that's partially because of the shape of the track.
Yeah, it's kind of an odd-shaped track.
Memorial handing off. Timberlane in 2, Souhegan now in 3, Londonderry in 4.
Brown, have you ever run here?
Have I ever run here? No, I don't think I've ever been here. I'm sure my sister has run, so I've probably come to watch, but
I don't know. It feels weird because like the turns are so big. It feels like you're on the turn forever.
So
It's like
Sanborn is like that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like
I never
circular.
actually ran at Sanborn, so
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Sanborn I'd say is the most prominent, although this one might be about the same.
Yeah, actually, I hadn't thought about that, but looking at it now, it does look very round, which is hard.
Looks like our lead has not changed. However, it has gotten close. If we take a look over, we've got Memorial and now Timberlane in sight of them. one more leg to go. Memorial is going to go ahead and pass off in the lead, 10+ meters over Timberlane. We also saw Londonderry pass off and then Sauhegan. Oh, here we go. This is a catch and then some.
Whoa.
Check out that move.
We'll see how long she can hold it for.
Yeah, so now we got Timberlane 10+
Yeah,
on
that was
Memorial.
quite a
Yeah.
surge.
That lead up to 25 or so meters. We can see Timberlane is going to go ahead and take this third and final heat of the girls 4x400 meters. This will conclude the girls' side of things today. If I
That
take
was Timberlane, 4:26.44.
taking a quick look around the facility, it looks like all our field events are indeed wrapped
Memorial,
up.
4:35.58. Londonderry, 4:41.90.
All
And
right.
Sauhegan, 4:49.39.
Means we get to move on to our final
Next on the
event
track will
of
be
the
boys'
day.
4x400 meter relay. There are 3 heats in this.
If you couldn't hear, Larry Martin, 3 heats. Again, heats running fast to slow. The meet record, 3:27 set back in 2007. Don't ask me who it was.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't say.
No.
That's a
Although,
little sketchy.
That's pretty fast, though.
In my records, I have it as Merrimack.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and say it was probably Merrimack. I bet you they
Based
competed
on
here.
these times, though,
Probably a few times.
thinking this record's probably safe.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty fast.
3:27 is pretty
Mhm.
quick. That's probably one of the older records on the books here. Although I know in the field events, there's a bunch of records from 2002 on the guys' side.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So, but
That is a lot.
track-wise, yeah, I'd say 2007 is as far back as it goes.
When did this meet start happening?
It's a great question. We
Usually it says, like,
Yeah.
whatever
Yeah, I think it was in the
annual
90s, wasn't it?
45th.
At least.
does not say what number it is anywhere
Hmm.
that I can find in the meet information.
Interesting.
So I would say at least 2002 because there's records
Okay.
going back to 2002. All right. The boys are on the track. 3-turn stagger for this 4x4. The fast seat of our 4x4. We are looking down at the track and we are looking at Merrimack in lane 1, Nashua North in lane 2, Manchester Memorial in 3, Pinkerton in 4, Exeter in 5, and Portsmouth in 6. Fastest time of the crew belongs to Pinkerton with a 33.59, although Exeter also coming in with a 33 or
Where'd they run that?
3:33. Pinkerton, they ran their 3:33.59 at Clipper Relays.
Wow.
Exeter, second fastest team, did not do it at
As the results of the girls' long
They like
jump,
to be different.
in 6th place from Exeter, Poulin.
although.
In 5th place from Exeter, McBride.
As we get a fair start here, 6 of the top
Third
10
place from
4x4s for
Concord
boys,
Doherty.
Clipper
In
Relays.
3rd place from Concord Goulet. In 2nd place from South Braswell. And the winner
And Pinkerton
with a
going up
jump of
pretty
15
strong
feet,
here.
11
Yep, again, 3-turn
3/4
stagger, so
from
still plenty of ways,
Merrimack,
but the fact that they're
senior
out as far
Haley
as they
Dillon.
are compared to the outside lane,
I think,
I have the scores.
judging
with
by
just
the athletic tape,
the
this
4x400
might
to
be
go. Pinkerton 92.
our open 400 guy.
Concord 88. North
200?
77.
Was it the 200?
South
Yeah.
42.
Oh, yeah, you're
Oman
right. It was
40.
200.
So Pinkerton, again, still have another turn left in this
Oh.
stagger. Pinkerton does
That
get
was
the
a bit of
stick
a
past
rough.
first. So Exeter probably received it second, although, oh, a little bit of a stumble there on the inside.
Attention, I just got word from the concession
Pinkerton
stand
now in first.
that while they last, Chick-fil-A sandwiches will be $5. Whatever's left for $5, but then that's it.
Our cameraman just left. Fortunately, he's on a break.
Discount Chick-fil-A. I'm surprised there's any left. Usually they're gone way before this.
I have the results of the girls'
Pinkerton
4x400 meter relay. In 6th place, Merrimack.
Way
out
In
in
ahead.
front.
5th place, Portsmouth. In 4th place, North. In 3rd place, Exeter. In 2nd place, Pinkerton. And the winning team with a time of 4:06:59, Concord.
guys-
looking like a good battle for second right now
Yeah.
as we see a pass going on. Can't tell you who the teams are.
Honestly,
That's
he might.
north or south. It's one of the Nashuas.
Purple is south.
That was the final event for
And
the
Exeter.
girls. The top 5 teams
Oh, no,
That's
it's
north.
north.
Yeah.
of all
So
events.
North and Exeter.
Pinkerton,
So
100,
Pinkerton, North, Exeter.
Concord, 98.
Although Exeter looking to make a
North,
move.
81. South,
Exeter now
42.
positions themselves in second
Go
behind
Brown,
Pinkerton.
40, and Merrimack, 35.
Pinkerton looking to pass. 2:35 on the clock. Baton crosses right around that 2:38 mark. So Pinkerton,
Girls,
Exeter,
take the relay.
and North go
That's
1,
it
2,
for the
3
girls.
right now with our final leg in play.
I think that guy's gonna catch him.
That guy being third place,
I think that's Memorial back there.
fourth place, fourth. Oh yeah, I see fourth place
Yeah.
Memorial.
Yeah,
They're coming
passing
up
north
strong.
now.
Pinkerton still in the lead. Exeter,
Oh, he
North,
might
and
catch both of
Memorial
them.
side by side. Memorial does
Yeah.
slightly get around.
Yeah, they're
And he's
both
gonna
they're
get the
both
next
going
guy
after
too.
Exeter actually.
Pinkerton remain. Wow, you got that fast.
Or not, never
This
mind.
is
Carter's
gonna
already
be good
back.
for a second here.
Pinkerton. Exeter currently out in front of North.
Dang, Exeter will hold on there.
That was
Yep.
actually,
And that was Pinkerton, 3:29:29.
Wow.
that's pretty crazy.
Exeter, 3:32:69. Nashua North, 3:33:04. Memorial, 3:34:37.
So Pinkerton with
Merrimack, 3:53:76.
their
On the
3:29:29
track, Heat 2, boys 4x400.
State lead.
climbs up the rankings to second.
Oh,
Second.
who's
Ooh.
first?
Co-Brown has a 3:29:08.
Wow.
Oh,
They're the
pretty
state lead.
close.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah,
They
they,
did
uh,
the first.
Is
Like-
That was the
Bishop
first meet.
Girton up there?
That's weird.
Not Bishop Girton. Bishop Brady? Because I feel like they randomly have like some really fast sprinters right now. Actually, that would be probably not 4x4 then.
Maybe 4x1.
Yeah, maybe
not
that's what I'm
seeing
thinking
Bishop
of.
Brady at all, but
Okay,
It's,
never
uh,
mind.
I could be wrong.
Is that?
Bishop Brady is fifth in the state for 4x1.
Oh, okay, maybe
so I
that
think
was
you're-
what I was
yeah,
thinking
you're thinking
of.
4x1. All right, heat number 2. In this heat, we have Sauhegan, state leaders Co-Brown, not running all of their fast guys.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna run on 329
Salem
today.
and Dover.
Yeah, they have a different
Yeah,
different
it's-
time in, so
Yeah. Again, this is heat 2 of 3.
Hey, we should see some good 4x4s at Seacoast next week. That's usually.
Yeah, usually it's a good opportunity, especially for 4x8s if you need to jockey for that position.
Yeah.
Next weekend, you got your Seacoast Championship. You've got your Wilderness. and you've got your reel at Londonderry. So
I thought that already happened for some reason.
Nope, that's the
Was there a
Saturday.
different Londonderry?
There might have been. I'd have to look. All right, right now, still have Sauhegan, Co-Brown, Salem, Dover in this. All 4 teams are accounted for. 3-turn stagger yet to make up that stagger, as we've got to hand it off, and then one more turn before we get there.
Probably Salem or Sauhegan in the lead right now.
Just had a Tyler Sheedy sighting.
Oh, you got me with that one.
I was wondering why he wasn't in the chat. I guess he's probably doing some social media or something today.
Oh, I see. Oh, I was coming to say hi.
All right, coming to that break line.
I was going to see Lars, actually.
Salem got there first. Haven't quite cut in yet.
Yeah, they might want to.
They're on that outside.
Yeah.
There you go. So
Interesting. Oh, Dover too.
opposite of that. So we got Salem, Sauhegan, Co-Brown, Dover. Yeah, that's the opposite tangent that we normally see. Normally it's immediately. Yeah. Oh, you can switch it too, so don't even. Apologies on the delay there. Salem, they're going to hand off. And then Dover's coming up on Co-Brown. Dover's going to go ahead, get in front. We'll see where the baton ends up. Who cuts in first? Salem still number 1. Dover does take that number 2 spot over Co-Brown. And then Sauhegan in 4. See Salem rolling onto that straight.
Sauhegan.
Yeah, Sauhegan out wide, makes the pass over Co-Brown, and then says, that's not enough for me. I'm going to try and get Dover real close on that turn there.
Looks like Dover's
Going to be
holding
too
them off.
wide for the
Yeah.
turn. Again, Salem in first, but the battle right now,
He's
Dover.
staying in the second line, though, it looks like. Maybe not.
Dover, Sauhegan. Sauhegan does drop back a little bit after that. Salem will pass in front. Dover in second. Co-Brown now makes a move on Sauhegan. They'll pass in third. Salem, Dover, Co-Brown, Sauhegan.
I was going to say, Co-Brown had a wide open inside lane. I was like, why didn't they just go up the inside? But it was because they were lined up in lane 3 at the
Yeah.
handoff. So
Co-Brown
gonna
making the move.
pass,
That's, I believe that's Matthew, right?
Yep, Matthew Corvo.
And he's taking his team from third to first on this straightaway.
Not a bad anchor to have. I think he's run 51 low this year.
Yeah, pretty sure he was on that 329 team for Co-Brown.
Yep. The only member of that team that's running this relay today.
High jump, 200, 400. So Co-Brown, Dover, Salem, Sauhegan. And it looks like we're going to finish in that order. So Co-Brown does take heat number 2
That's
with the time of
Co-Brown,
3:40.72.
3:40.72. Dover 3:41.58. Salem 3:42.86. And Sauhegan 3:43.80. The last and final race of the day, third heat of the 4x400 meter relay.
Third and final heat. With any luck, we'll only hear one more gun today. Hopefully no false starts, restarts.
Yeah, that's okay. But yeah, you gotta go. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Derek Peterson sighting. Class of 2005, I believe. Was a very strong
I have the
thrower.
results of the boys' javelin. In 6th place from Exeter, Blooper. In 5th place from Concord, Ishmael. In 4th place from Londonderry, Sampson. In 3rd place from Portsmouth, Harrison. In 2nd place from Portsmouth, Ben. And the winner, with a toss of 158 feet 1 inch from Pinkerton, Junior Joseph Pakowski.
Third and final heat on the track. We're looking at Concord, Timberlane, and Alvern for the boys.
With everything except the 4x400 in it. Pinkerton 86, Co-Brown 65, Portsmouth 51, North 45, Londonderry 43.
Team scores we just heard from Larry are going to go ahead and finish that way, as the top teams are not in this. Although I guess technically that doesn't include heats number 1 and 2, so I lied. But we do have Concord, Timberlane, and Alvern in this, separated only by a couple of seconds in the seed time, so this might end up being pretty close, although currently we do have a pretty strong lead. And I believe that lead belongs to Timberlane. Again, 3-turn stagger. And they are currently even with Alvern. Alvern with a slight edge. However, still one more turn left in this. Alvern does get the stick first. Alvern does pull away a little bit. We'll see what Timberlane does. They are inside, and they take the lead back. Although, look out, because Concord is making a surge.
Announcement. T-shirts are now marked down to $15.
I got the javelin.
Take a look. Everyone, well, not everyone, just a couple of quick
Yeah, wait,
darts
who's
in.
in on the outside?
Yeah.
They're doing a great job. That's the best cut-in I've ever seen. Who is that, Alvern?
I think so.
Good work, Alvern. Good
Pretty
cut-in.
Pretty sure it was a maroon team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's Alvern, right?
Well, these 3 teams certainly have made it close here.
See, watch. Because of that amazing cut-in, he's going to
He's
come
gonna
up the
come in
outside.
front of them.
It
Yeah.
does help, and we do see a
See?
surge
Wow.
right
This.
there. Out in lane 3.
It was the cut-in. That's what it was.
Really? I'm sure.
It does help.
Does it really?
Well, you're taking the tangent. You're taking the shortest distance.
Yeah, everyone else is running more
John
track than you.
Snell.
You telling me you don't take the shortest distance when you can in a race? Cross country? You just go out wide around
No.
every tree? Yeah, you take the shortest distance. All right, Davio, help me out with who's who here.
Oh, boy. Timberlane in first, followed by Alvern, I believe.
So it is Timberlane out in front, Alvern in second, Concord in third. Timberlane, Alvern, Concord.
They're all still pretty close, though.
Again, seed times separated by 2 seconds. Thank you.
That's tight.
Timberlane, Alvern, Concord. Concord out into lane 3.
They
Timberlane,
might all
lane
get
2.
it at the same time.
Sorry,
this is
Alvern in
crazy,
lane 2.
wow.
That is so hard.
Wow.
Timberlane, Alvern, Concord. Alvern on the outside. They do tuck in. No lead swap there. I believe it still is Timberlane, Alvern, Concord.
Yep.
So you don't really want to pass anybody on the curve, so that's
Alright.
super annoying to like.
Concord
Timberlane.
coming onto the straight.
Timberlane's got a little bit of a gap, but now Concord tried to go around the outside, but Alvern surged a little bit and kept him on the shoulder. Timberlane's still holding strong there.
Get out of here, okay? I think Pinkerton got both.
Okay.
Pretty sure
All right, Alvern coming up the outside lane.
I'm sure they got both. Girls, they won by 2.
They're going to
They're
win
gonna
it.
get it.
See, it all comes down to the cut-in.
There you go. Hey, you know what? I would say in that difference right there, absolutely does.
I think it did.
Absolutely, 100%.
You know, that cut-in's a meter or 2. There you go.
I don't know why I'd want to.
Would have lost if they had a bad cut-in.
All right, so once again, this is NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runners Alley Meat Hub today, brought to you by Stitches NH. This has been your 2000, what year is it?
23.
Your 2023
It's been a long day.
Merrimack Invitational. Thank you for tuning in. We will be back
Pinkerton girls,
on
please.
Saturday.
Pinkerton,
Bobcat.
a 2-point
Bobcats.
victory over
Look forward to
Concord.
seeing you there. And we
You're gonna
are
meet with
out.
the awards committee.